Oh, hello, everyone.
Hello. Thanks for having us here, Rami.
You're welcome, and thanks for coming to this. Thank you for coming to this. So this is the first anniversary of Uniting the Cults, a nonprofit I founded to rid the world of apostasy laws. Of course, I could say a lot more about that, but I'm going to skip anything right now. A lot of people don't even know what that is. The death penalty for leaving your religion. My name is Rami Rustam, and thank you all for joining us, our viewers and our special guests. We have with us Maryam Namazie. I don't know if it's the same orientation for everyone. Top right. Wissam Charafeddine, bottom right. Apostate Aladdin, bottom left. And then we were going to have Zara Kay with us. She had a conflict. She'll be with me in the 5th hour, though. So I really appreciate you all coming here. You guys have been doing this a lot longer than I have. I'm kind of a newbie to this. So I see this as I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. If you guys know that phrase, I'm guessing a lot of people do. So let's see here. I'd like to say, instead of me presenting you guys a little bit, can you guys all take a minute or two to say a little bit about yourself and why you wanted to come onto this live stream here today? Maybe Maryam, we'll start with you.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Thank you for having us. Hi to your viewers. I'm Maryam Namazie. I am the spokesperson of the Council of Ex-Muslims of Britain. I'm Iranian born, and I've been an activist for many decades now, doing various things, including refugee rights work and anti-death penalty, anti-stoning work, and also defending secularism, working on the right to apostasy and blasphemy for ex-Muslims in particular. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Wissam?
Hello, everyone. My name is Wissam Charafeddine, and I am a co-founder of an organization called Muslimish, which is basically an organization that creates a space for the dialogue among Muslims, questioning Muslims, and former Muslims. And I am on this show, Rami, because we have a united vision. We have a common vision. Your vision states that our vision is of a world that recognizes love as the goal and rationality as the method to achieve it. And I am a big believer in reason and rationality and scientific method in understanding and shaping our worldview, and as love as a common value and goal for humanity.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for reminding me of my own vision. It means you were listening and the message is working. Aladdin?
So my name is Apostate Aladdin. I have a YouTube channel where the main goal is to discuss Islam critically, to help people reflect on what they believe, and in some ways to also open up dialogue between Muslims and ex-Muslims and have the rest of the world witness it at the same time. Because when I first was looking for the sort of community and I suppose guidance that I needed, I didn't find enough voices that were representative of how I would go about having such conversations. And I'm sure that applies to a lot of people. So I felt like that that niche needed to be filled. So not only do I focus on critiques of the religion, but also on how to have conversations about it while keeping in mind why people believe what they believe, not just what it is it that they believe. And I've been doing this work for a few years now, and I'm not sure what I'm pivoting to next, but the reason I'm here is to, show my support, to have a sort of a united front, towards the same goal, and to see what I can learn from other activists who have been doing activism just beyond YouTube, not just on YouTube, and see what I can learn from that. So thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so I guess I'll go into my 20-minute presentation. Hopefully it's 20 minutes. And then I want to open it up to discussion. The presentation is our goals and the progress we've made since we started, and then opening up for discussion for you guys to help me decide what to do next. In a short term, but also long term, like 1,000 years ahead. And I'm not making prophecies here. We might not make it. Nobody laughs at that. We might not make it. A lot of people think optimism is it's definitely going to be better in the future. I understand optimism means we can make it better in the future, but if we don't, it will be worse. There's a lot of forces making things worse. So while I'm making this presentation, if you guys want to make a clarification or adjust something, please go ahead and interrupt to hopefully make the presentation better. If you think it's going to be a long interruption, maybe wait till the end. Oh, what just happened? I clicked something. Did anything change for you guys?
Nope,
No.
still here.
Okay, I hit some button to change something on my end. So let's see here. So one thing to clarify, and I believe this is obvious for most people, definitely you people here, or anyone that's watched any of my content before. Part of the goal of this presentation is to invite critical feedback from my guests, but also everyone else. So let's see here. So I'd like to start by summarizing what we did last year in this program, the birth of this organization. Wissam Al-Binni was with me for about 4 hours. We did 2 separate interviews. One was on the scientific age. The other was on apostasy laws. And then I had Ellie Stragenheim with me to talk about cult behaviors in organizations. Cult behaviors is another way of saying pseudoscience. So I want to start by saying why I chose to focus on apostasy laws for this organization. I could have chosen other human rights abuses with regard to Islam, but I chose apostasy laws. I think the criminalization of apostasy is like at least one of the foundations for other human rights abuses. It props up all the others. So if we're going to choose one issue, we should choose the one that, if corrected, would correct all the others. And I think that's the criminalization of apostasy. Now, somebody made a good point, and I kind of already knew this, but they said I don't remember which country he's from. I think it was Bangladesh. He says, in this country, there's no apostasy law, but people are taking action on their own. So the issue there is apostophobia, and then acting on the apostophobia. So, of course, I'm working on both the laws and people's reaction to doing these kind of things independent of, well, their country's laws. So, and to be clear, this is not just me or ex-Muslims saying that the apostasy issue is an important one. There's even imams have been caught on video saying, I say caught as if they didn't want to be caught, but I think they were openly saying it, thinking it's righteous, that if they had gotten rid of the apostasy law, then Islam would not exist today. I wish I knew the name of the imam that said this. I think there's more than one that said it on video.
I think it's Qaradawi.
Okay. I think I've heard that name too, yeah, in that context, yeah. So even according to that man, an imam, if there was no apostasy law, there would be no Islam, and then there would be no human rights abuses related to that. Now, we're all here because we want to change the status quo. The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything. That's something Einstein told us. We see it as our responsibility to our families and to the human family. And we urge everyone to get involved because, as Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. If we let bad actors commit evil anywhere in the world, those bad actors will eventually act directly against us or people we love. None of us are safe in that scenario. And here's my vision of a world that recognizes love as the goal and rationality as the method to achieve it. Now, I'd like to turn to our strategy. Uniting the Cults is primarily about education. And to be clear, I also want critical feedback on this, even this concept that I'm saying, education should be the primary thing. And by education, I mean changing culture. In other words, we need to become agents of change, and we need to help others become agents of change also. Because we can't reach every community. We need people in every single community. And obviously not just in English, in all the languages that are in those countries that are affected. So what things do we need to educate people about? It's not just the importance of repealing apostasy laws, but also the obstacles that prevent us from achieving our goal and the ways in which we can overcome these obstacles. And it's education in both directions, not just us educating the world, but I need to be educated. This organization needs to be educated by other people, well, like you guys who have been doing this far longer than I have, but even other nonprofits or other people, other organizations that really have nothing to do with Islam or even human rights issues. So let's see. Now I'd like to talk about what I think is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, obstacle to reaching our goal of ridding the world of apostasy laws. And this brings me to the significance of this day, June 14th. I chose this date because it's the anniversary of Richard Feynman's 1974 Caltech commencement speech titled Cargo Cult Science. The birth of this organization was the 50th anniversary of that speech, and today is the 51st anniversary of that speech. Feynman dedicated his entire speech to one thing, and in my understanding, it's the biggest obstacle to progress worldwide on all issues. He said that we live in the scientific age, but we do not think scientifically. He explained the pseudoscientific methods that even physics departments exhibit, and he spent a little time explaining some of the causes. He called it cargo cult science. A term was coined, cargo culting. And this is why I'm using the phrase cult behaviors. And it's why I chose the name Uniting the Cults. The name plays on the concept that any group is a cult to the extent that its members are committing cult behaviors. So now here's the point. If we unite the world in the sense that none of us commit cult behaviors anymore, then there will be no more cults. It's kind of a trick on the term even for something to stop existing. Similar to, I'm against hate, but then some people say, well, then I hate hate itself as a concept. It's a bit confusing. It's just confusing terms there. Now, what physics departments are doing is the least harmful of the cult behaviors. And what we're talking about today is the worst of them. Like nations with the death penalty for changing one's mind about God, but also nations that treat whistleblowers as traitors, which is the same in logic, but different in severity. This is something the US does. And nations that ban and even kill journalists, that's something Israel does. And nations that use schools to indoctrinate their citizens, like the US and much of the Western countries do, maybe all of them, I'm not sure. I learned from John Gatto, who wrote the book, The Underground History of American Education, that compulsory education systems were designed, in their words, by the psychologists that designed it, to make us obedient to authorities and to make us the same so that it's easier to market to us and to govern us. In my words, to make us just smart enough to be functional economically, working for the big companies, but not smart enough to question the status quo that our rulers want to maintain. The main thing they did was to remove philosophy from the standard education. The standard education before that was what they call the classical education. The classics being the ancient Greek stuff. Philosophy was the biggest part of that. Now, this goes back 8 generations. So we're talking like the 1850s when this started in the US. I talked about this a lot in last year's June 14th event, namely in the interview called The Scientific Age. So if you want to learn more about that, please watch last year's program. Recently, I was on a live stream meeting with for Chaos. I'll explain what Chaos is later in this presentation, where it was explained to me that Canada did the same thing in their education system with the same design elements. And one of the Chaos contributors, Ernst Ritzman, explained that religions do the same thing. They package up some good stuff, useful stuff that actually helps us, but they package it up with controlling ideology. Now, in the case of our compulsory education systems, I think it's less about controlling ideology and more about giving a watered-down version of a good education. mainly lacking philosophy, like epistemology and morality, which, among other things, makes it harder for people to unify their knowledge. In Richard Feynman's words, quote, "If our small minds, for some convenience, divide this universe into parts, physics, biology, geology, astronomy, psychology, and so on, remember that nature does not know it. Nature doesn't know the categories we give. There's only one category." And philosophy helps us see connections between all these fields. All knowledge is connected. And our rulers do not want us to see the connections. I mean the bad rulers. Maybe there's some good rulers. It would make us too powerful for their liking, too difficult to control us. So let me summarize the link between the apostasy issue and scientific thinking. Consider what are the obstacles to ridding the world of apostasy laws. The biggest obstacles are the things that sabotage our ability to seek the truth. So a good way to think about it is this. Anytime scientific thinking is sacrificed, the road to reaching our vision will become more difficult and will obviously take longer. So it's not just those countries with apostasy laws that are the problem. Other countries are complicit in supporting the status quo in the affected countries. So just two examples. The Western world censors ex-Muslim voices. And another example, and I knew this a little bit, but I heard it and understood it better when I heard it from Maryam. The US has been fighting the Cold War by strengthening Islamists as a way to make a stronger enemy for their strongest enemy, the USSR, today's Russia. Does that make sense, the way I explained it to everyone? Now, if this still doesn't make sense to you, or if you want to learn more, please watch last year's program where Usama and I spent about 3 hours explaining Feynman's speech. We played a large portion of the speech while we added our interpretations and explaining more examples and connecting it all to the issues we ex-Muslims face. Now, if you're still here, people that are watching, I'm guessing you like what you're hearing so far. So please help this video go viral. Like, share, and subscribe to this channel. So now I'd like to talk about what we've done in the past year since that first live stream. There's a podcast now, Uniting the Cults podcast. We have 43 episodes so far. I'd like to highlight just a few of them. Let me put that on the screen now. Somehow, is it this? Here we go. This was actually the interview. This is before the podcast. This is one of the interviews in that Birth of Uniting the Cults live stream. And then this is the one where we talked about apostasy laws. And that's the third one where we talked about cult behaviors in organizations. And then, so this was one of the earlier podcast episodes. This is Ellie Schragenheim. That's the same person that was with me on the first live stream, Birth of the Uniting the Cults. The reason I wanted to do this episode was, or is, I wanted to, so where he comes from, Ellie Schragenheim, or like his background, you could say, is there's a body of knowledge called theory of constraints. The name is meaningless, but it's just trying to apply scientific thinking to the business world, but also nonprofits. To organizations is the point. A group of people that want the same goal. And I was asking him to try to treat the whole world as an organization and to try to apply what he learned from that body of knowledge to that issue. I don't know that we got too far with it, but it was very interesting, and I learned a little bit from that. Let's see. Next one. This is another person from the same community, the theory of constraints community. And we were actually just talking about things in general, but the whole episode became one concept. How do we cause a worldwide scientific revolution? Which is another way of saying, how do we reignite the Enlightenment that happened in Europe? And I'm not saying that's dead. We still have it a little bit. We're still riding on its coattails. But I think we're going backwards. This next episode, very similar. How do we accelerate the noosphere? The noosphere is like the biosphere. It's referring to all human knowledge and communication technology. And I don't know if you can tell, but that's similar to saying, how do we reignite a scientific revolution? This person, Brian Charlebois, started an organization called Chaos to solve this problem. So let's see here. Let's see. Brian reached out to me after seeing some of my Reddit posts, and after some discussion over a few months, and after starting this organization, I decided to start helping him with his organization, and actually that became a new program in this organization where we're helping other people and their projects on projects that are working on or tackling the same obstacles we face. So what he's working on is we need more democracy, and he wants to make a system that doesn't censor our opinions. We don't have such a system now. There's no such thing that system that doesn't censor us. That's what he's working on, and that's what I'm helping with. I wanted to have Brian with us today, but there's too many people. So I want to have him with us next year. So to learn more about that, come to the show next year, and we'll have Brian with us. So let's see here. Let's move on. Let's see what's next. Oh, this is one of the live streams that I do with Chaos. We live stream our meetings for transparency and to invite more people into the project. So let's see here. Let's go next. Okay, so yeah, if you have a project that you think deals with the same obstacles we face, reach out to me and we'll see if I can support you in all sorts of ways. And by the way, this is not the only project I'm already helping with. There's 3 projects that I'm helping with now. I just wanted to mention one of them. So we also started a weekly live stream with Wissam Al-Binni, where we're helping people who are struggling with Islam, and we're also helping the outside world better understand us and our community, our troubles. I want to actually first explain how this live stream, this weekly live stream, Deconstructing Islam, how it manifested. Here's how it happened. Usama was one of the first people that I contacted when I started this organization. He's somebody I've known for a good 10 years before that through my mother, through activism that they were working on together. The Arab Atheist Magazine and the Arab Atheist Broadcasting Project. And when I first emailed him, I didn't ask for anything, but the first thing he replied saying, I want to be a volunteer. And I thought, how am I going to, what kind of things do I want from him? And I told him the most important thing that I want from him is to help me brainstorm, critical thinking, not any specific task, just help me think. And so we started doing weekly meetings. And after about 12 meetings, we converted that into the Deconstructing Islam live stream. It took about 12 meetings to get there, to think about what we're going to do and then do it. So that was a lot of brainstorming, a lot of going back and forth, a lot of playing around with ideas before we landed on this concept. And to be clear, one thing I do with Usama is I put almost no time on him. He's only committed to coming to the live stream. Everything in between, I do all the work. So for anyone that wants to get involved but doesn't have a lot of time, you can still get it done without a lot of time. I do occasionally email Usama. Most of the time he doesn't reply. Sometimes he does with 1 or 2 words. Sometimes he replies longer. I want to mention a couple of the episodes that we worked on, or series. There's even series we do because some of the episodes go a lot longer than multiple episodes. One we did, how to de-indoctrinate myself. This was part 1, fear of hell while being an ex-Muslim. One of the later episodes of that series, we wanted to help people understand how to do journaling and how to get therapy. And in this episode, we talked a lot about, well, I see it as a funnel to get people to therapy. And I was trying to get them to Zara Kay's organization, Faithless Hijabi, who has a therapy program, which, at least for some people, it's free because they get funding. Let's see here. What's next? Oh, did I skip one? This is the next topic. Let me go back then, I guess, or take this away. You know, I think this system can be a little bit better. Or I could be more trained with it. I don't know. Okay. There's another episode I wanted to talk about, but somehow it's not here. The other episode was, and it was in the same series, How to De-Indoctrinate Yourself. I titled it Punishment is Evil. I believe punishment is evil, not just this really big one of God putting us in hell. And that's not to say we shouldn't have jail. We should have jail for defense of society and for rehabilitation, but it should not be for punishment. It should not be for delivering pain or revenge or any of that stuff. I want to talk about outreach a little bit. I haven't had much success with outreach, but of course this was successful. I got you three to show up. So I've had some success. There hasn't been much. A lot of my instances of reaching out to people were cold ones. If you know marketing, you know what cold means. Instead of warm ones where I already knew somebody, you know, or knew somebody of somebody else. So hopefully that'll work better now that, you know, I'm connected with you three. More recently, one thing that we've started to think about and do is, and this is through talking with ChatGPT, by the way. I was asking ChatGPT, I found this prompt somewhere, like, what's my biggest flaw? And it didn't get it right the first time, second time, third time. But after the fifth try, it said, you need a tactical manifesto. And I thought that was amazing. I already knew I wanted to have a manifesto, but what I thought a manifesto was just a document that says, here's my beliefs, believe them if you want. A tactical manifesto is a lot more than that. It's also saying, here's what we're doing, and here's how you can get involved. And then I talked to Maryam in preparation for this event, and she said, we already have one. It's called, I think I have it here somewhere. Oh, I did that thing again. Let's see. And this is, I somehow lost this frame. There it is. Apostasy Day. Hashtag Apostasy Day. Hashtag Apostasy Not a Crime. This is on August 22nd of every year. I think it's been going up 4 years now. And this is the poster, or whatever you want to call it, for the manifesto. The link of that is in the description, by the way. But I think there's something missing, something huge missing from this manifesto, which is the tactical aspect of it. I think there needs to be a link to a website, and I think that website could be apostasyday.com, where we are listing all the past stuff we've done, what we're doing now, and it's encouraging people to get involved and helping them with all the process of getting involved. And I found out that domain name is taken, and I'm hoping somebody in our group has it. Did you find out, Maryam? No? So I wonder if somebody stole it from under us, and if so, there's other ones. There's Apostasy Day. Well, actually, I won't say it because somebody might steal that one too. I'll let you guys know over email what one is available. Oh, and by the way, I started blasting this all over all my internet presence, on my website, all my social media. This particular manifesto. Let's see. So about Apostasy Day, you know, I started to brainstorm what could be done that day. And I don't know too much about what happened before. I actually found it very hard to find anything. But what I envision is something like, on that day, everyone in the world is standing in solidarity with everyone else that's affected by this, like walking up to your city hall as an example, or if you're close to a UN building, walk up to the UN building, and we're all live streaming and doing whatever sorts of events. And the kind of events would be, well, I don't want to talk about that now, but there's a speech that Maryam gave. I don't remember the title, but the concept was, we need creativity in our activism. And yeah, that's an infinite number of possibilities there, the concept there. One thing I thought of is to, I don't even know if this is a new hashtag or anything, but a hashtag I've been using is better than Muhammad. Hashtag better than Muhammad. Because a lot of people ask, why did you leave Islam? And my reasoning for leaving Islam, this is not the way I thought of it when I left Islam, but another way to think of it is, it's because I'm better than Muhammad. If I thought Muhammad's morality was perfect, then that would be a different issue. If I think my morality is better than his, I don't know why anyone would want to be a Muslim in that scenario. Let's see here. Okay, another thing. At some point, I want to write a book for Uniting the Cults, and I would like there to be multiple authors. I don't think it should just be one person. And I don't want to go the self-publishing route. I think there should be a publishing agent and a serious publisher that can actually get the book on shelves everywhere. I don't know when that would get done. I'm nowhere near close to doing something like that. For one thing, you need a huge following even before a serious publisher will look at you. You need something like 10,000 people following you for them to be interested. Okay, so I'm done with the presentation. Now I'd like to open it up for discussion, and I want to start with some questions to help you guys think. Where do you think we can improve? Where should we focus our efforts? What sort of collaborations should we be seeking out with you all or others? Who else should I contact to get on the podcast and potentially on the second anniversary of Uniting the Cults? Regarding educating the world on these issues, what opportunities are we missing, like speaking events? And finally, the question that generates questions, what questions am I missing that would help us develop our plans going forward? And to be clear, we can't say everything in this short half hour we have here, so I'm hoping we can continue this discussion about next steps after this short event. Another way to say this is, I'm hoping my questions and all these ideas sink into your subconscious so that you're thinking about it even when you're sleeping. So that's it. What do you guys think? There we go.
I would like Maryam to start, and then we'll follow.
Oh no. Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. Lots of things to think about. Sorry, with what's happening in Iran and Palestine and all, my mind is kind of already mushy because I've got menopause, but it's become even mushier. So I was hoping the intellectuals will come before me, but anyway, I'll try my best. I think just a couple of points on the issues you raised. I think, when we're speaking about Apostasy Day, for example, this is something that was started by organizations in Ex-Muslims International, which is a coalition of ex-Muslim organizations. I think I spoke to you about joining, and we have we make decisions on new people who join at our monthly meetings, and I'm sure we'll be welcoming you very soon. And I think that is really one of the most important vehicles for ex-Muslims to organize, because this is already a gathering place of organizations and activists. And of course, celebrating Dissent is key here as well, because these are conferences that are every other year where we have effectively become the largest gathering of ex-Muslims across the globe. And for sure, you'll be there the next time we have one. And I think that's really where we have to just work together, build on we're stronger together, obviously. And again, as you mentioned with the Apostasy Day, there's so many things that need to be done. This is a day that was, as I mentioned, started by Ex-Muslims International, and we've done international campaigns where we ask people to stand up for apostates, and it's had quite a good reach. On the first year we had, I think it reached around 233,000 people. We've got, I think, nearly 6,000 people who've signed the petition to end apostasy laws, but of course so much more needs to be done. And again, I think we need people like you to bring in fresh ideas as well. And I think we need to work more on the Ex-Muslim International site, which is brilliant. It's something that's been worked on by Zara and Haram Doodles and Skeptic Samir and Muhammad Hisham. I don't know if I'm missing anyone, but there's a group of people who've been working on the website, and it's now a place where people can go to for things we're doing as a coalition, but it can be developed further, like you say, so we can find everything that's been done on Apostasy Day and so on and so forth. So I think that is really important. On some of the fundamental issues you raised, I mean, I do think you're right that it is really important to end apostasy laws because they are so key in silencing dissent and freedom of expression. It's a cornerstone, yes, in the sense that freedom of expression is a cornerstone in defending all rights and in allowing people to organize. The only thing that people have in order to sort of challenge those in power, challenge the status quo, is this freedom of expression. And apostasy laws and blasphemy laws are key in trying to prevent that dissent and that organizing and that refusal. So I think it is a very important thing to work on. I do think, it's great if we have more science, we have more reason, but I do worry that, you do have places where science is much more accepted, for example, than, let's say, in countries under Islamic rule, and still there's a lot of brutality and barbarity and rights violations. And I think that really, for me, actually, the key to everything is human empathy. I think, unfortunately, the way the world is set up is that you defend rights, you defend freedoms for your own in-group. You see religion doing it. You see nationalism doing it. It's people divided based on race, based on sex, based on nationality, based on the passport or documents they hold. And if they don't have those documents, those beliefs, then they are not worthy of even staying alive. And I think, for me, the key to everything is not necessarily, if I'm going to say, how rational, how scientific we are. Of course, those help. For sure, they help. But I think human empathy is really, really key. And there's so little of it. It's completely normal now for thousands upon thousands of people to die in the Mediterranean Sea, in mountains, trying to reach safety because they are not the right people. They don't have the right documents. You see this in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's completely fine for Israel to commit genocide because those are Palestinians, and automatically they're equated with Hamas. Therefore, it's easy to justify their mass murder, And so I think that's, and we see it with refugees, we see it in the US, we see it everywhere really now. And it is, for me, that is so key, a return to some sort of human empathy and, the understanding that we're all part of the human race. I mean, when you talk about love, for example, I think that is very key. So I think even when it comes to education, yes, teach science, I think I'm just down now because of all the things that are happening in the world right now. So I do kind of feel like none of it seems to matter until we reach a point where we think that our enemy is also human. And I think, that's something that I feel we need to do a lot more striving towards. Sorry, I'm blabbering on, but thank you. And I
Thank
don't
you.
know if I've even helped with anything, but
Well, that's all right. I mean, I wasn't
Sorry.
expecting everything to happen in these next 30 minutes or anything. But by the way, I just want to clarify, my vision is of a world where people recognize love as the goal and rationality as the method to achieve it. Notice I put love first. I put rationality second. Just to clarify, I think what you were clarifying. You know, yeah. Love and empathy, same thing. Who wants to go next? Wissam?
Whatever you like. If Aladdin likes to go.
He wants to go last.
Well, I just have one, I guess, addition to answer your question of, what can be improved or how can we improve the outreach. I think what I'm noticing, especially with the younger generations, is, as we all know, a shortening of the attention span, which makes it harder to get somebody interested in your message to begin with, unless you immediately tell them what it is and make it catchy and make it grippy and, kind of just get them to watch something short, which is something that I hate that it is that way, unfortunately. There's so much that I want to say. There's so many conversations that will not be fruitful unless they go on for at least an hour or more. But given the way that people consume media these days, it might be helpful to have these conversations in that long format, but then focus on, which parts of these can be marketed or used for outreach. But the whole conversation is rarely, that useful to get new people interested. So that's something that I've learned doing my own YouTube stuff. And even though I don't like it, I don't like making short form content. I think that is what the people demand.
Yeah, and I've been failing at that. All my content is long, and I haven't put any effort in making short stuff, except for cutting out clips of long stuff. But I don't think that works very well. Wissam?
Yeah, so Rami, I know that you want like feedback on your program and on what you've done and you accomplished last year, and congratulations for crossing that 1 year cross line. But really, it is not really about that. It is what, first of all, you deserve recognition, regardless of the the technicalities and the progress in the various fields. And this is what I want to talk about, is like we need to have more of what you're doing. First of all, we need people to understand, to think, to ponder their values and take them seriously, take them responsibly. Your effort is standing up for some of the values that you believe in. Values are not just something that come granted, and it's not just comes to us and without any effort. These values have been shaped and carved and protected, and there are people who fought for centuries to establish them. A lot of the freedoms that we enjoy today, the luxury that we live in, if any, it comes from a lot of the values that were established in the Enlightenment age. There are people that paid the price for that, thinkers who have worked hard to propagate their, like you say, education, propagate their word. And then there were revolutions that took place that defended and pushed for these values until they became a reality for us. And we shouldn't take them for granted. And I think we're living a time right now where it cannot be as more clear than that. The danger and the vulnerability of these values, they need to constantly be replenished and protected and guarded. And second is that you decided to do something rather than nothing. And you've done the effort with the tools that you have, and you established something, and that stands as a testimony for anyone that you cannot just stay silent. You have to play a part somehow, either part of a bigger effort or a part of an organization, or create your own like Rami did. But you have to do something. We have to, all of us, be proactive in that, because passiveness is not going to keep us where we at. It's going to push us backwards, like what we've seen a lot in a lot of places today in the world. I mean, we are speaking today, and there is genocide taking place. We are on the verge of World War III. There are large areas of the world are under fire. It's just, I think the shape of a tank should be an uncivil shape today, like that. Just the picture, the photo, the idea of having a tank or a bullet or a gun in 2025 should be an uncivil idea. Going back to wars and occupations and bombing and civilian casualties, etc. That is a tremendous regression in our civilization. So understanding our values, doing something about them, about protecting them, about propagating them. And the third thing is when we do something, then we start thinking how effective it is, and to make it more effective, how can we unite it? How can we collaborate with what's going on around us that meet our mission and values? We have to be pragmatic, and at the same time we have to be very clear with our values. So I think that's the point of this effort that I've tried to establish, is to have the solid things that we are not going to negotiate about, like the universal values that we have come to today, and then being pragmatic in the tools and strategies and working together to accomplish and push and propagate these values. And then also how to set our priorities. Like Maryam is saying, we are really distracted, you might say, or we are overburdened, we are overwhelmed with the number of the challenges that we meet every day to protect these values, and prioritizing the more severe ones. Of course, when it comes to human life, that takes priority over, for example, inconveniences. And when it becomes a massive protection of masses of humans, it takes precedence and it takes priority over others. And that's really what sometimes distracts or derails our effort. I wrote an article about 15 years ago, and I said, I wish that I have time to fight noise pollution. But I don't think I'm going to live in a world where noise pollution is at all a priority in a society, because of everything else that's taking place right now in the United States. We are living a challenge to our basic constitutional rights, to the very basics of the Bill of Rights of the Constitution. The foundation of this country is being challenged today. And the hope that we have, I always say this, that we have two things that gives me personally, and I hope gives everyone the greatest hope. One is that newer generations are more globalized, they have more global thinking, they're more inclined to be sensitive to human rights. For example, in the United States, Gen Z will be the majority of voters in 2030. The Latino community that's under attack today in the United States and heavily racially profiled is going to be the majority, the minority majority by 2040. The changing demographics, the newer generation that has been proven to be more sensitive and conscious to human rights and to less inclined to be driven towards totalitarianism or fascism or even extremism in religion, as the Atlantic has called it. For example, in the Muslim world, there's a tsunami of atheism. So they're more inclined towards secularism and taking the religion less literally. That is one big hope that we have. And the other hope that always shines on us is that there are countries that are way ahead of the rest of the world in terms of human rights and in terms of achieving a better overall quality of well-being in their society, especially like Scandinavian countries, like Iceland. Iceland, just the thought of Iceland is a happy thought for me, is a positive thought that gives me hope that no, humanity can do much better, and there are examples that are alive. It's not just theoretical, of countries doing better. I know it is not utopia, but they are doing much better than other countries. I was just reading this morning about the prison system in Norway, and it's true that they spend a little bit more than the average developed nation, but the effect that it has on the inmates, that they don't go back to doing felonies, they actually end up saving about 2 times more on overall correctional system than most developed countries. So these kind of stats, countries that have experiments that became realities, always gives us hope. Thank you.
All right. We have technically 3 more minutes before the first break. We're doing 5-minute breaks in between each hour. So in about 3 minutes, we'll go for the 5-minute break. What should we talk about for the next 3 minutes? Any ideas?
Well, I wanna commend, take the chance to just recognize the people that were with us too. Like Maryam has been, she's a symbol of fighting for human rights and women's rights for decades, and she's an inspiration for all activists really worldwide. And Aladdin is also another example of very effective activism. So I want to, just recognize them and thank them for everything that they do.
So I guess I'll just tell people little details. So in about 7 minutes, it'll be me and Maryam talking about Maryam and her activism related to apostasy and other stuff. And then the hour after that is going to be Wissam, and then the hour after that is Apostate Aladdin, and then the hour after that is with Zara Kay. I guess if there's nothing else, we could just go ahead and start the break now, and then start again at 0:00. I don't know, am I saying that right? I still have trouble with the different time zones everywhere, by the way.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we come back to the same link, Rami?
Same link, yeah, same link. Yeah, of course, I would want you to stay and watch or whatever, but you don't have to be here.
All right,
Thank you.
Looking forward to hear Maryam.
Thank you, Wissam, as well. Thank you, Apostate Aladdin. Thank you, Rami.
I'll be listening.
See you soon.
All right.
Join you soon.
So we'll go ahead and break for now, and we'll start again in 5 minutes. All right, we're back.
Hey.
Hi, Maryam, again.
Hi.
So, do you have particular ideas of where you'd like to start, or would you like me just to something? I'm interested in something.
Yeah, whatever you'd like to talk about.
Okay. This is sort of the chronological history, first kind of thing. I've been watching a lot of your interviews and stuff, and in one place you mentioned that you were asked, why have you become, or why did you choose to become an ambassador for ex-Muslims? And you answered by saying, well, initially you weren't that. You were doing activism along with the broader and more standard, like free speech groups or human rights activist, groups.
Mm-hmm.
And then you were pushed out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And you were pushed out. I don't want to be the one to explain why you were pushed out, or even why they would want such a thing. But basically, they forced you out, and so you still wanted to do the activism. So you said, "All right, we're doing this on our own for this category of people, since we're not being represented."
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it wasn't really that way. It was, I did get pushed out from a lot of groups. As I mentioned earlier, I did a lot of refugee rights work for many decades. It is the most depressing, most heartbreaking work you can imagine. And I did refugee work for many decades, actually. I worked in the Sudan for 2 years with Ethiopian and Eritrean refugees. And I worked in Turkey with Iranian refugees, and of course in the US and the UK with various nationalities of refugees. And it just has become increasingly desperate and difficult for people to gain asylum because of the climate of criminalization and militarization against those who are really just seeking safety and a better life. And what I found was, when I was doing my refugee rights work, I worked with a lot of wonderful groups, really, who were defending the rights of refugees. But when I spoke about why refugees are fleeing, for example, why they're fleeing Iran, why they're fleeing Afghanistan, of course, part of it has to do with US militarism, but also it has to do with Islamism and the fact that the religious right are one of the reasons why refugees flee. That was considered racism, and I don't think they used the term Islamophobia then, but it was, because I'm talking about 30 years ago, 40 years ago. But I was definitely kicked out for racism. And why the ex-Muslim thing started was because I and others got sick of being labeled Muslim all the time, in the sense of no matter where you went, the very fact that you have, for example, a Muslim name, or you come from countries that are ruled by Islamic laws, immediately you're labeled Muslim. And it does get quite frustrating that there is no recognition of the fact that we have free thinkers and atheists and secularists and socialists and so many others, other types of beliefs.
People born yesterday.
Yeah. So and so it was, this we wanted to say, look, we're not all Muslim, number one, and we don't all accept Islamic states. We don't all want Sharia law. We don't all love the burqa and the hijab. And it was sort of a challenge to multiculturalism, not as a beautiful lived experience, but as a social policy that divides and segregates people and gives them different and lesser rights based on where they supposedly come from or where they were born. And so this is discussions I had with Mina Ahadi, who started the German Ex-Muslim Council, in discussions with Giordano Bruno, which is a free thought organization in Germany. And the idea that was discussed was there were women in Germany who came forward and said, I've had an abortion, as a way of breaking the taboo for women who had abortions and giving public faces to those women so that there was no more shame attached to it. And we thought, well, we could do the same thing, bring our faces and say, we have renounced Islam and we are ex-Muslims and we're not ashamed and there's nothing wrong with it. And there are many of us. And it's, in fact, we were having this discussion yesterday. We had a event for the Council of Ex-Muslims, and Taha Siddiqui, who's a Pakistani journalist who now lives in Paris, he started the Dissident Club. He was there, and we were talking about the ex-Muslim movement, because this month is our 17th year anniversary, and also 20th of June is World Refugee Day. So we were talking about how many ex-Muslims are in fact refugees, and also how this whole movement started. And I remember when we had our first event, there were very few ex-Muslims that were present in the hall. It was all white people, and people were saying, I think you're just making this up. It doesn't seem like there are any ex-Muslims around. And there was maybe 5 or 6 ex-Muslims hiding in the balconies up there so they couldn't be seen and not be photographed. And even when we had this poster saying, we have renounced Islam, it was very much people from the left, Iranian political backgrounds that were in the poster, and very, nobody wanted to have their name and their face. And of course, now, 17 years on, there is a tsunami of atheism. Ex-Muslim is a huge mass movement, really. And so, and I think a lot of it has to do with, of course, social media and the fact that we have been able to connect in ways that we wouldn't have otherwise. But it's progress in such a short time. So, the end apostasy laws that you're dreaming of course, it can be a reality. Maybe ask me when I'm not so depressed and pessimistic. I have these ups and downs as an activist. And I'm now in that stage where I'm just like desperately depressed.
Yeah. I don't know. I wonder if it makes sense to talk about that. Maybe people don't even know what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
A couple of 3 days ago, Israel attacked Iran. And of course, we've had big thing going on for over a year, Israel, Palestine, or 75 years. Lots of stuff going on.
Unfortunately, it's very to see how cheap human life is really is just very, very upsetting.
And it's certain human lives, right?
Yes, exactly. If you're the wrong kind of human, your rights and lives don't matter. So but let's talk about something nicer, and like apostasy laws are blasphemy. There is nothing. Well, no, I guess dissent, resistance, these are nice things. I'm not in my positive mood, so I can't.
Yeah, I experienced the conflict. The conflict being, how do I say this? There was some person that's little bit famous on Twitter or whatever that said the reason she's doing this work, whatever this work is, I won't even say what it is. It doesn't matter.
Who, me or someone?
No, not you. No,
just okay, a woman. Sorry.
She said the reason I'm doing this work, something like I have to do it, and she said she doesn't like it. She's not. She doesn't want to do it. She has to do it.
Yeah.
And I noticed for me, I'm actually enjoying this, but I still have a conflict of we're talking about death.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm making jokes and making light of things, but it's a very dark subject.
It's dark, but you have to make light of things as well. It's a survival mechanism, and it is a mechanism for resistance. There's a lot of laughter, there's a lot of joy and creativity in doing this work. Otherwise, I think we wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. But I'm one of those people that hate doing this, to be honest. I know I don't seem it. People will be shocked, but I'm actually a very shy person. I'm one of those people that just hate walking into a room when I don't know people, and I have to do it all the time because of the work that I do. But I would really love not to do any of it. But it's sort of like I guess I think all activists will understand that you have no choice really, because how the hell are you going to sleep at night? How the hell are you going to wake up in the morning if you don't? Because it is so desperate. The world is so desperate. How can you manage unless you feel like, okay, I'm trying to do something, even though you do reach stages where, like, I mean, I've had so many ups and downs, but stages where I feel it's all just useless and worthless. And of course, it's not. The reason the world has any joy in it is because of that resistance and dissent. But it is sometimes really hard to remember that.
Yeah, and some, the people that are watching us, that are, you and I, we're in a place where, what's the word everyone uses? Like, we're in a privileged environment. We're privileged. If we were in some of the rougher countries, we wouldn't even be doing this.
Well, no, we would. Hopefully we would. There are lots of people doing it in horrible circumstances. Like if you look at, I don't know, the Women Life Freedom movement in Iran, the women standing up against the Taliban in Afghanistan, the women leading the Aurat march in Pakistan, for example. There are so many examples of this utter brilliant resistance.
So let me rephrase. I wouldn't even be doing this. I think they're strong. I mean, it makes sense that they would be that way. They're more desensitized to all that kind of stuff. And if I try to imagine me in that scenario, of course I'd be a different person. But I find it hard. Yeah. In my scenario, like I heard you say you've received death threats. I think I received one or maybe two. But they're not serious. If there was a serious one, credible one, I think I would be scared, even though I'm in the US. A couple years ago, Salman Rushdie was attacked in New York, some area in New York State. He was doing a speech, and he could have lost his life. He lost his eye. And this is what, 30 years after it was a thing. Like, I thought that was past history. Where 30 years ago there was a fatwa. Was it Iran?
Yeah.
Against him, and so I thought that was dead, but no, apparently it's still going. Well, and I don't know that their government said anything again, but the point is, the people that remember it are still acting on it.
Well, I think that's why there is so much fear around this issue, because you don't know when the death threat is real or not. You don't know when there are those who take it upon themselves to implement, God's fatwa or the God's representative's fatwa. And so in that sense, I think it does make things very unpredictable. You don't know. And I think that's how they actually, they survive and thrive, is with this unpredictability. You don't know when they're going to come after you. And I think it's normal to be afraid. Of course, it's very normal to be afraid. But I think, lots of things we do in our lives can make us feel fearful. If you have a child, for example, you have never felt fear greater than that. The worry of a child is just, it's, don't do it if you haven't done it yet.
I have two kids. Too late.
Oh my God, yeah, too late. It's so terrifying, really, every time they walk out that door. But just normal things, getting on a plane, you can feel a little worried about what's going to happen. A lot of things we do in our daily lives can be a little scary, but it is pushing through that and carrying on with life. And I think it's the same with activists. I think we do know very much that there's risks involved potentially, but we have to carry on nonetheless. Otherwise we would all be paralyzed even from doing basic things that are not linked to activism. And I think that fear really is, it's so easy for it to take hold. And I've seen so many people who are so afraid of such very simple things that really there's no need to be afraid of. And I think for me, that's why this movement is so important, because it's opened up the space for people to stand up and be heard when they couldn't or they wouldn't before. And I think that's something we all need, all of us who've been part of this movement, whether we started yesterday or whether we've been doing it for many years, it's in our own way, we've been opening space. And those spaces are spaces for courage and spaces for hope and spaces that they can no longer infest with their hate and their, their bleakness and violence. And so, and that's really one important way of challenging them. So I think, well done, all of us. We should pat ourselves on the back. Go ahead, give yourself a pat on the back. Everyone watching should do it too.
What's an example of that, of something that people or some people fear, and you're saying they really shouldn't fear it? What's a small thing you're?
Well, I mean, for me, there's so many times where people won't come to people we invite to come and speak at Celebrating Dissent. You'll be surprised at how many people don't want to speak there, and how many people don't want to attend because of safety reasons and legitimate safety reasons. How many people have been asked to, they're not even ex-Muslims, they're white Westerners who want their names removed from a petition calling for an end to Sharia courts in Britain because they're worried about what could happen to them. I mean, fear can really
losing their job kind of thing, or something worse than that?
Just, I have no idea what, fear of losing your job, fear of being attacked, fear of being labeled racist. I don't know, a million fears that people have.
So what do you think of this one? This was kind of new to me. I never thought about this when I heard it. I have a friend that told me, he refuses to like, he's been on my channel, but anonymously. And he doesn't want to put his face and name out there, not because he doesn't want his parents or family to know. They do know, but because he's worried what what they're going to deal with from the rest of the world, from the other people they live with. That's rough.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Of course, people have a right to be afraid, and people understand their situation better than anyone else, so they know why they can say things or do things. And I think we all make a million calculations, don't we, when we say things or do things. There are a million calculations that need to be made. But I do find particularly people who have very little to lose and very little reason to fear, to be afraid, because really they should be stepping up for people who are coming from backgrounds that can't do it for whatever reason. And I find that, it's not nice to say, but, cowardice really, and not stepping up when it's needed and necessary. Though, of course, everyone has a right to make those decisions, and I wouldn't know why those decisions are being made. But I think if we had less cowardice in this world, a lot less people would be feeling lonely, and we could get a lot more done, and a lot more change happening very quick, much sooner, if
doing the kind of work that we're doing helps alleviate that cowardice.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I do think that it opens up a huge amount of space. I would even be so bold as to say that we have opened up the space for those who call themselves progressive Muslims, secular Muslims. I think because we are the most hated, we are the enemy, even for a lot of progressive Muslims who will criticize us for our criticism of Islam, who march in gay pride, and criticize us for marching in gay pride. But I would be so bold as to say that they are there because of us, because we've opened such a space that it has let even believers who want to question, who want to challenge, who want to, and that space is important because all they do is shrink spaces. The religious right, those in power, they shrink space, they suffocate, and we are literally, keeping spaces open and helping and allowing people to breathe. So it's hugely important. And I'm glad we're talking about this because it's reminding me of, because sometimes you need reminding, because sometimes I feel like I say things because I have to say them, because it's the right thing to say. We're going to make a change. We're going to do it. When I myself am thinking, oh my God, how are we going to do this? It just seems so impossible. And right now I'm in that stage where I feel that way. So it's kind of nice having this conversation because you do remember, and we need, I think as activists, we need to be reminded of the impact we've had and the impact we can continue to have.
You mentioned something. If we succeed to remove apostasy laws, that doesn't only help ex-Muslims, it greatly helps Muslims.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's lots of Muslims actually who've been sentenced to death or on death row for apostasy and blasphemy, even though they are believers, like the Qurani Muslims in Sudan, for example, who don't accept the hadith, or you've got those who are challenging Islamic dogma who are on death row or have been executed. So definitely it's again, and that's what I mean about the fact that what we're fighting for, it's interesting. Gita Sahgal, who's this amazing Indian secularist, she was saying that she always thought that it's going to be the progressive Muslims who are going to bring this challenge and open up the space, but she found that it's the ex-Muslims who've done that, because really it's those questions are very difficult for believers to raise, particularly in the climate that we're in, because of the strength and power of the religious right, and the fact that you are shunned and removed, and isolated and ostracized, and that's the good part, if you question. And because we are ex-Muslims, it is something that we have been able to do in a way that they hadn't, and now of course we're seeing a lot more of progressive Muslims, secularists who are speaking up, and they're not thanking us, but they will eventually, or so I hope.
Well, one way any particular Muslim might realize that they need to thank us is after they've become an ex-Muslim. That's one way. But yeah, you're right. You gave other examples, which is there's many places or situations where a self-proclaimed Muslim who honestly believes they're a Muslim will be seen as an apostate simply because another Muslim doesn't agree with this first Muslim's conception of what Islam is. Which is like saying, well, I mean, I think the theology says, obviously there's one Islam, but in effect, there is as many versions of Islam as there are number of Muslims who have ever lived. So, and that means there isn't just one definition of Muslim or ex-Muslim or apostate. There's many. There's an arbitrary line between them. And that's like saying literally every Muslim, by some definition of Muslim, is an apostate.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I do think you're right. I mean, religion or belief is the lived experience, isn't it? And this is very much an argument against what the far right says, because the far right often says, oh, the Muslims, they're all like this. They all want this. They all want the burqa. They all want Sharia courts. and they're coming into our Christian Europe and ruining it. I mean, Christianity in power did very similar things to what Islam in power is doing. But the point that needs to be made is that Islam, religion is a lived experience. And, you know, when I was a Muslim, when you were a Muslim, when Haram Doodles were, Veil Rose was a Muslim, I'm seeing their names now, I don't think they were beheading people and you know, demanding execution for anyone who didn't drank water during Ramadan. I mean, no, you know, and that's the whole thing. Our parents still don't want us dead, and they're Muslims, you know. So I think that's very important to realize that there is this lived experience, and religion. I mean, I didn't even read the Quran when I was a Muslim. You know, it's just a lottery of birth, isn't it? Where you're born, you get labeled something, which is why we started the whole ex-Muslim movement too, is to say, stop labeling us. Stop fucking calling us Muslims.
You know, that's
we're not.
That's something interesting. I've seen you say that a lot. I don't know that I've ever experienced that. I think I live in a sort of bubble. I don't know that I've ever been confused for a Muslim. But I wonder, is that because I'm kind of whitish looking, or
maybe now ex-Muslims are so well known that people don't. No, I'm kidding. I doubt that's the reason. Must be your bubble. But I did want to say this also. Sorry to add to this. I think this point is important. Is about the sort of homogenization of community. You know, where Muslims are seen to be a homogenous community, and ex-Muslims are seen to be a homogenous community, and we're not. You know, we are together because we are fighting for the right of apostasy and blasphemy, and for civil rights for those who are atheists from Muslim backgrounds, but we are not a community. There are ex-Muslims who I would not want to be associated with outside of the fight for our civil rights, who defend genocide, who defend anti-migrant policies, who defend, you know, a ban on Muslim migration, you know, and of course we all have a right to our beliefs. But what I mean is that we are a community in protest and not a community in identity. And I think that's hugely important for us to recognize that. I don't want to be lumped in with every ex-Muslim. I'm sorry, I don't, but I will fight for the right of ex-Muslims to be apostates and blasphemers and live to tell the tale, in the same way that lots of Muslims don't want to be lumped in with, you know, those on their far right. So these distinctions are hugely important, but also this importance of empathy, isn't there? That even though there are ex-Muslims who support genocide, I still recognize their right, their rights, and also their humanity. And I think that is difficult. I know when you disagree so vehemently with people, I do feel that very often. But you know, how do we continue to see each other as people, even when we disagree vehemently?
One way that I empathize with those people that you just mentioned, ex-Muslims who are for genocide, you said. First of all, they wouldn't use those words.
Yeah,
they don't
of
think
course.
it's genocide, probably.
Of course, yeah.
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 What was I going to say? They've been fooled by propaganda. I've been fooled by propaganda. So that's how I empathize with other people that have been fooled by propaganda. And in that particular topic, I think that topic has more propaganda around it than any other topic.
True.
Or at least top 5.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to be fooled by it.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, I also I have this, you know, I do give all this, you know, I keep talking about empathy and this and that, but I know in my own life there are politics and people, because we have to make a distinction between people and politics, don't we? And that's and even people and their beliefs, because just because someone's a Muslim doesn't necessarily mean that they want an Islamic state. Just because someone's an atheist doesn't mean that they are not misogynists or not homophobes or whatever. But I, you know, in practice, I do find it quite difficult to separate sometimes on things that I find really, I have, for example, a family member who is pro-Iranian regime, who promotes the Iranian regime. I'm sorry, but I can't have her. I can't look at her, and I can't be in a family gathering with her. And I keep thinking, but what am I keep telling people, separate the politics from the person, and it is difficult. I mean, it's definitely very difficult.
Well, one reason we need to keep having those conversations with those people is they're not gonna change without people like us, without them hearing what we say. So we'd have to stay in those conversations.
Yeah.
A couple of things. You mentioned, we shouldn't be homogenizing people.
Yeah.
And then you said, even ex-Muslims as a group, we're not all the same. Even ex-Muslim atheists as a group are not all the same. I would just go further and say every single person is different. I don't think there's ever been two copies or two human beings that have the same set of ideas, even like core ideas. And going along with that, you mentioned Sharia law before, or people wanting it or whatever. If somebody says, I want Sharia law, that doesn't mean he's the same as the other people who claim I want Sharia law. For one thing, those two people making those two claims, maybe one of them has no idea what Sharia law is, while they're still saying, I want Sharia law.
But also, I think it's linked to power, isn't it? Because you can have, and linked to organization and political organization. So, for example, if you have a neighbor who hates migrants, well, fine, you might want to see him or you might not want to see him. But then if you have those, Tommy Robinson, who's organized, for example, in the English Defense League, who's created the English Defense League to, rally in front of asylum centers and try to burn them down, these are two different things. So I think it's the same with Muslims who might say, well, I support Sharia law, versus the Islamist that is trying to impose Sharia law via a political movement. It's a very, very different thing. And I think that's when you're dealing not with individuals, but you're dealing with movements and states and political power.
I have a broad question for you. So first, I'll speak about it from my context. I've been watching a lot of your content, and you say something that is new to me, which is what is it? So I think I heard it before, but I didn't really understand it till I saw what you said about it. When people leave Islam, become ex-Muslims, they can fall into or start listening to people that have a certain set of views that we might call far right. And after hearing you talk a lot about it, I'm like, okay, well, that happened to me. So I'll just say what I mean by that, how it happened to me. Well, I was following Ayin Hirsi Ali for a long time and not noticing the far right views that you're talking about. And also Tommy Robinson, and then Douglas Murray. I recently found out that Douglas Murray, his views about Israel and Palestine, and I saw him on a podcast with Joe Rogan. That little, for the first half hour of that podcast, made me realize, oh, this is just propaganda. And then the Ayin Hirsi Ali one, I still didn't see that one till even after she became Christian. I still didn't see it. I started to see it when it was the individual ideas that they supposedly have, or that they do have, that you're educating people on. So as an example, issues related to immigration, profiling, or seeing an undocumented person different than a documented person. These kind of things are well, the far right sees them one way, and then everybody else sees it a different way. And I agree with you on all those things. Well, I mean, there's stuff that I don't understand, so I can't say that I agree. But in the Tommy Robinson case, I remember watching his documentary. This feels like a year or two ago. It's a 5-part documentary. I watched that. I didn't rewatch it again, but I'm trying to remember what I saw, and I can't figure out what it is that is far right about him, except for, I think you said something that maybe the one of the main points. If you're somebody that criticizes Islam or what Islam is doing or Muslims are doing in your country, but then you're not criticizing the same kind of thing happening in your own group, like let's say you're a Christian, then that is a kind of thing that's a problem, right? Is that what's the main beef with Tommy?
I mean, look, I think the thing with Ayaan Hirsi Ali, with Douglas Murray, with Tommy Robinson is that they are anti-Islam because, frankly, they hate Muslims. And I am anti-Islam, not because I hate Muslims, but because I think it's a horrible idea. I think all religions are a horrible idea. I recognize that people have a right to have whatever belief they want, however absurd it may seem to me personally. That's part of freedom of conscience and expression. But I don't think that people's human rights are dependent on whether I agree with their beliefs or not. And I think that people like Tommy Robinson and Ayaan Hirsi Ali and Douglas Murray believe that people have rights based on whether they like their beliefs or not. It's as simple as that. Because for them, you know, it is the sort of, if you've read, I did a review of Ayaan Hirsi Ali's book, Pray, for the Evening Standard. I suggest if anyone hasn't seen it to just search Ayaan Hirsi Ali, Pray, Maryam Namazie. And if you look at, for example, just her book is so telling, and it's just such a textbook on this sort of far right view of the other. And the other are the Muslims, the migrants. You know, in her book, for example, she says there are 4 types of Muslims. This in itself should give you some sort of, you know, alarm bells going. And they're either, you know, they're gosh, I wish I could, if I can find, because this is so, if you don't mind, let me just do a search for it.
Yeah.
Because I just want you to know what she says the 4 types of Muslims are. Evening Standard.
Well, just to clarify, she's saying there's 4 types of Muslims, and we're saying there's as many types as there are human beings.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
here it is.
With her saying there's 4 types.
If you just do Evening Standard, so she says, where is it? Okay, so she says the migrant men from Muslim majority countries are different than native born. And she puts them into 4 categories: adapters, who are a minority, she says, menacing types, fanatics, and coasters. And those are presumably those who are on welfare. So, I mean, again, it's this idea, you know, this dehumanization of masses of people because of this lottery of birth that we all recognize. You know, we don't choose where we are born, and the stigma that comes with that. You know, so I think it's this. If you look at Tommy Robinson, for example, you know, his there are lots of people who say, well, you guys, you're not saying that you're saying the same thing. No, we're not saying the same thing. Yes, you know, I'm against US militarism, but I'm not saying the same thing that Hamas and Hezbollah and the Islamic regime are saying. We're not the same. It's I'm anti-military US militarism because I don't believe that you should bomb people into submission. You should murder them for your politics. You should annihilate cities and eliminate people because they happen to be the wrong type of people. In the same way, I'm opposed to Islam and Islamism, but that doesn't mean I'm opposed to all Muslims, and that I'm opposed to rights that refugees and Muslims should have. You know, so I think it is about that sort of why we're doing what we do. And what our aim is our aim that, you know, ex-Muslims are superior to everybody else, fuck everybody else? Or is it that we're all human and we want equality and we all want to live with dignity and we all want to have respect and rights as human beings? You know, there's different ways of looking at it. And Ayaan Hirsi Ali has become a Christian, by the way, you know. And why is that surprising? Of course it's not surprising, because it is. She and Douglas Murray and Tommy Robinson, they all have this view that we are living in a period of clash of civilizations. But it is really the clash of the civilized versus the uncivilized, and they are part of that uncivilization. They are part of those that are promoting a religious right politics of hate and violence and despair. They have no problem with religion's role as long as it's their religion and not Islam. They have no problem with, sexual violence, for example, that priests commit against children. They're only concerned about grooming of migrant men against white girls, but not when it comes to, you know, the mass rape that's happening in the church, for example, over decades. They don't have a campaign about that. They don't even call it grooming. Do you know what I mean? So it is, I think, this idea that they see a problem only when it comes to Muslims, only when it comes to Islam. One, you can't generalize people like that. And two, you're concerned about something. You know, we are concerned about Islam primarily, but we are also concerned about the loss of abortion rights in the United States by the Christian right. We are also concerned about the loss of rights under a Hindutva regime in India. We are also concerned about the murder of Muslims by the Buddhist right in Myanmar. You know, so I think that is the fundamental difference between my politics and theirs. I mean, everybody has to make a decision on where they stand with their politics. But for me, the human being is center. And I am not going to legitimize and be silent with the murder of people who are not part of my in-group, just because they are not part of my in-group.
Yeah, and to be clear, they wouldn't describe what they're doing in the way you are. They would probably put it in different words, but that's your determination.
Well, the Islamists also say Islam is a religion of peace. Bush said he attacked Iraq to bring women's rights. Well, I'm sorry. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say, but it's your actions that count. And
Yes.
If your actions mean that asylum seekers are being set alight in asylum centers, and if your actions mean that you are gathering vigilantes to shoot at refugees, who, by the way, under international law have a right to seek asylum and protection, and even if they didn't, they would still have that right, in my opinion. If you are doing that, your actions speak loud. Don't tell me Islam is a religion of peace. Don't tell me that women have more rights under Islam, because I have eyes and I have a brain and I have ears. And so please don't tell me that your politics is not one that hates Muslims and hates migrants, because we see the result of your politics. When Tommy Robinson organized his fascists to come out on the streets against migrants, I have a drumming group. People were afraid to come to the drumming group that day. That is what they do. It's no different from the politics of the Islamists. It's based on fear, it's based on hate, and it's based on violence. Yes, they don't have the same power, but they did during Nazi Germany, and we know what happened there. So please don't tell me they don't have the same power. They're not killing as many people. Well, Islamists don't kill as many people as US militarism does. Doesn't make it better. Doesn't make it more acceptable. Hamas didn't kill as many people in its attack on October 7th. Well, I don't care how many people. It's not we're not doing a lottery of, how many people are killed. This is worse. This is better. No, I'm sorry. For those people killed, their lives matter. However many or however little it is. And so I think for me, that politics is reprehensible. It's hateful. And I can see it because for me, I don't understand how ex-Muslims don't see it really, because it's that same hate that has been targeted against us is now acceptable when it's done against Muslims. How can you not see the equivalence here? I mean, for me, I find it mind-boggling, really. Let's say.
Well, I think part of it, this is a general thing, is, I think we can hear a far-right view, not recognize it as far-right, and also not even understand it. So then just agreeing with it doesn't mean you have a far-right view, because you misunderstood it. So as an example of something on the other side of things, and related to profiling, I saw you on an interview with the podcast, Sam Harris podcast.
Oh gosh, don't mention
you guys
that.
talked about profiling.
That was a disaster. Oh my gosh, I got so I think I got more hate ever from that podcast than any other time of my life.
Well, okay,
well, except for the monarchists now, maybe.
So what one main discussion point you guys were talking about was his conception of profiling, and you're against profiling.
Yeah.
He was trying to get from you what you mean, or what you would be willing to do, or whatever. What I understood from you was, well, we can't go by a person's stated beliefs. We would have to go by their actions, like if they committed a crime. And I think the reason, or one big reason, you can't go by their stated beliefs is just because somebody says they believe something doesn't mean they actually believe it. And just because they say something doesn't mean it means that thing in their head. Like an English sentence is not a one-to-one relationship with the thought in your head. So if I say the words, I believe in Sharia law, and 10,000 Muslims say that, it could be 10,000 different positions on what that sentence means. So we can't profile on beliefs. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, but it's also, I think you mentioned that you had watched my interview with Kenan Malik, who is this brilliant left academic writer. If you go on Bread and Roses' YouTube channel and just Google Kenan Malik with my name, you'll see the interview. And there's some really important points there on this issue. And one was he mentions a security, someone who is a security expert, who was explaining that if you profile based on race, that there is a 1 in 80 million chance, for example, that you will find a terrorist, But if you profile on behavior, you're much more likely to get positive results. And if you look at, and I think this makes a lot of sense, because if you look at a lot of, let's take terrorist attacks that have taken place in Europe, for example, practically all those people have been known to the security apparatus, however you say it. They've been known, and it always makes me scream. I'm like, yes, he was known. Yes, he was, there were a lot of complaints about him. Yes, there was all these things that he had done to show his affiliation to the Islamic movement. And I think, again, that is for any sort of political behavior and organizing, it's key, because terrorism is part of that sort of political activity, isn't it? It's individuals just don't go and put bombs for no reason. They are part of, even if they're acting on their own, they see themselves as part of a political movement that advocates that sort of violence, and also that sees no one is innocent. No one in Israel is innocent because of Israel, because of the government. Likewise, they'll put a bomb in a discotheque, or they'll put it on a train because or they'll bomb they'll fly a plane into the World Trade Centers. No one is innocent. And it's the same politics of the Israeli far-right state. No Palestinian, not even a baby, is innocent. They're going to grow up and be a jihadi, So that's the mentality. No one is innocent. So civilians are fair game. And that, and in that world, nobody makes it out alive, because there are no innocents at all in this equation. And so I think going back to the issue of profiling, behavior is really key. And if they put their resources into stopping profiling, there's a lot of racism behind profiling as well, that makes minority communities feel like they don't belong, that there are other, a lot of search, what do they call it? The search and something, there's a word for it. Menopause brain.
Yeah,
I'm thinking strip and search, but it's not
strip and search, isn't it? It's
no, it's anyway.
Search
and search. I have no idea.
I don't know.
So yeah, so but a lot of these politics, let's be clear, we are living in a world which is based on profit first. It is a capitalist world, and for profit, you do need divisions between people. It is the whole idea of divide and rule. Search and seizure. Seizure. Stop and frisk.
Search and seizure.
I can't speak English anyway. Yes, all of these. But we are living in a world where division is very useful for profit. In a sense, creating minority communities that don't feel they belong is very good for keeping wages down, stopping the poor and working class from organizing, and all of the above. So I think it is useful, which is why I would say they continue doing things like stop and frisk or whatever when there's very little evidence that it is useful. But it's very good for creating those divisions and keeping people down, controlling people, stopping them from organizing.
I wanted to mention a point here about Israel-Palestine and the rhetoric around it from the Israeli side. And maybe that's even wrong to say it because there's lots of Israelis that are, of course, on the right side of this.
Definitely.
But the Israeli government, or at least the current administration, when they talk about Gaza and also West Bank, I never hear them saying ex-Muslims, that they exist. I don't hear them saying Christians or babies born yesterday who have nothing yet.
Mm-hmm.
They homogenize by not even mentioning the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
There's and you hear words like even the babies are Hamas.
Yeah.
And this seems like just the most extreme version of all the other things that I've seen before. It's weird that it happens like this, and I don't know. This same kind of bad logic, I think, doesn't happen in a lot of other areas, and I think mostly because there isn't propaganda in lots of other areas.
I mean, actually, I would differ with you. I would think it happens all the time everywhere. Do you know what I mean? I think this is actually their politics of divide and rule. They did it all over the world, and now they're doing it in their own countries as well. And it is the sort of you divide groups into homogenized communities. You let the parasitical imams and mullahs, for example, rule over the Muslim community. You don't need to worry about citizenship rights. You don't need to worry about them organizing across class, for example, and human need. And you reduce people's demands to religious ones. And that's one of the best ways of controlling people, at least in our context. So I think it's something that we see all across the board, the dehumanization that happens. If you're a migrant, if you're a refugee, if you're a minority, if you have a different belief, all across the board, if you're a different nationality, if you're a different race, if you're a different sex. I mean, it's just constant bombardment in very subtle ways. I think the difference now is that subtlety that was very often, it was so subtle that I think a lot of people didn't notice the fact that we live in a system that puts profit before human welfare. It's now naked for everyone to see. I think the whole idea of democracy as rule for the people, by the people, is complete crock of shit. And we can see that now. It's there for us to see. I mean, the time is running out and there's so much to discuss. But I mean, I'm a strong believer in democratic politics, of course, but what I mean is democracy as we see it now, which is really the rule of the ruling class and the capitalist class against everybody else, the 99%.
Yeah, we don't really have good democracy.
No, yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go to break now, and
Yes,
we'll have
thank
Wissam
you
with us. Thank you,
for
Maryam.
having me,
Thank you so
and
much.
thank you to everybody who was here. And yeah, I'll stay on and listen in other conversations.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Hello, Wissam.
Ahlan, ahlan.
Ahlan wa sahlan.
How are you, Ami?
Good, good, good. It's weird. Every time somebody speaks a little bit of Arabic to me, Arabic comes out without intention. Actually, it was my first language. A lot of people think my first language is English because of my accent. Actually, the first 3 years of my life was just Arabic. My parents didn't speak English at home at all. I would like to start with something. I would like to continue the last thing we said during our last podcast. You probably don't remember, but what I had said to you was that I see myself very optimistic. I think more optimistic than pretty much anyone, or at least as optimistic as anyone. But during that podcast, I found you to be more optimistic than me. And I wanted to ask you to say one day, hey, when we talk again, I'd like to discuss that with you. So I'd like to hear from you, why are you so optimistic? And then I wonder if I can push back and give some pessimism. Do you need details on what we were talking about? Because I don't even remember that, by the way.
No, I think I've alluded to it in our first of all, hope is a very important emotion. And it's hope that keeps us going. It's hope that creates this episode. Without hope, a lot of the energy of doing disappears. So, and it's a human quality. I think there's always we have a capability of always inventing and recreating hope, and we live by it and for it. So it is a human thing, and it cannot be totally deprived. I see what you see in terms of the dark time that we're living in. Things have gotten much worse during my life rather than getting better in many of the apparent things. But there are things also that have gotten better, but it seems that we notice what have deteriorated more than noticing what have improved, or maybe improvement has a more subtle effect on our daily lives than the shocking waves of change or things that challenge some of the values that we've already deemed a default for humanity, and we thought that the struggle for them have already passed. But just repeating what I've said in the first hour is that the new generation is a source of our hope, and also there are countries that are really are ahead in the game of implementing these values of enlightenment and various values that humanity has come up together. And we see it every day. We see it when there is a war. We see it in the anti-war movement. When there is any kind of oppression, we see the hope in the anti-oppression, the struggle, the resistance movement. And I think with the emergence of shared economy and shared journalism, and also with the emergence of artificial intelligence, and I know that this is a controversial issue by itself, as is it a force for the good or for the evil? I feel that it is both, and the force for good also is very optimistic as far as AI, that the ultimate access of knowledge that has become free and accessible as water and air, that is optimistic in certain ways. And raising competition over AI will make the market sensitive to AIs that withhold truth. So because there is no monopoly on AI yet, there is that criteria that if an AI is blatantly anti-truth or is interfering with the algorithm finding the best answers or best solutions, or collecting knowledge freely and objectively, then people will move towards more objective AI. So there is a force there. 1 second, I have to turn the window down.
Sure.
So that's another positive aspect. And also globalization in terms of technology. We've come to a point now with virtual reality, with the simultaneous translation. The most recent update to the iOS system of Apple will basically make FaceTime or chatting in 2 different languages very simultaneous. So that bridging these gaps among humanity makes us really, all of us, in one small village. Truly, not the cliche that it was always used as. This is truly, I can be, if we have similar interests, I can be with a person sitting in his village in China, totally aware of the same things, and totally have access to the same things in terms of knowledge and awareness. So all these things are huge positive factors, and that makes us optimistic. Of course, I share with you also the pessimism, and I react to it not just by pessimism. I react to it by activism. I feel it's an opportunity. Every time there's a challenge like this, it's an opportunity. It's like a virus that hits our civilization body, and fighting it gives us immunity. So right now, the due process in America is being challenged. Right now, the clash between the judicial and the executive is being challenged. The courts are acting. There is a correction that's taking place, and this will make our system more immune in the future to this kind of outreaches.
You made me remember something that I've been thinking about very recently, which is like I'm if we think of the era that we came up and grew up in, I grew up in the 1980s, at a time where if you're gonna find out what's bad in the world, you can't find out. At least not in my situation I was in, being without phones and internet and all that. And I found out a lot of bad things much later in my life, after I had already built some thinking that could deal with it. But there's people today growing up, let's say they're 10 years old, they're seeing all the same stuff we see, all the horrible things. I can see why it would scare the crap out of them, and why it didn't to me in my young childhood, because I never saw any of it. Do you have anything to say about that, to help people, very young people, understand this dynamic I just mentioned and how they can be more optimistic?
Yeah, definitely. We not only the place, like if I was born in the United States and I grew up in the United States, there are improvements to talk about too, in terms of access to knowledge. And they tell you that the amount of information that we have access to in just a simple Google search is equal to this and that number of years of digging through newspapers in 100 years ago. So and now with artificial intelligence,
even better.
It's just
another big leap.
It is amazing. It's having like this conscious, alive mind of civilization that is right next to you, answering every question that you have. And there is no excuse for ignorance anymore because of that equal access. Like we used to say that unless you are, there are a few countries that are still in that route, like North Korea, or
blocking the internet,
etc. But it is getting scarce, more and more scarce. The places that have a blackout on knowledge and education. So it is really a person's duty. Like, for example, that just an example, I don't want to dwell into it, but the Israeli-Arab conflict, there is no reason to be ignorant about it. There is so much literature out there about it from the most authentic sources and the greatest historians.
Even videos. Even if you're not going to read, you can get it from videos.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of literature written for you to understand, for a person to understand the context of anything that's going on around the earth today. So we have access to. But me growing up in the Middle East, I grew up. I'm not gonna censor anything. I grew up in United Arab Emirates, and to compare that growing up in United Arab Emirates in terms of access to information, there's no comparison. It's like dark ages to modern age. There's no comparison whatsoever. Everything is censored over there, and to a certain extent, till now, there is a high level of censorship. And I don't understand how can you be a country in 2025 and censor information, or try to censor information and books and knowledge. Like, what era are you living in? Do you really think that you're going to control what the people living in your country have access to? That fear of knowledge, fear of truth, fear of even debate or discussion or exposure to different ideas, it's totally phobic right now. It's totally irrational. It is like being fearful of riding an elevator or being fearful from a spider. It is totally psychotic. It's not rational anymore. So when I grew up, we had no access to information. There was no internet at that time, and if we go to the library, of course, all the books are very well crafted and selected. The censorship program was very, very strong. Even cartoons, half of them were censored. Some parts of an episode. Plays. There's a very famous play by Adil Imam, and there is one clip. It's a very famous comedian in the Arab world, and there's one small clip in one of his most famous plays where he says "Tahya al-Wahda al-Arabiyya." He says, "Long live the Arab unity," in a very comic and satirical way. That was cut off when I saw the version in United Arab Emirates when I was young. So the level of censorship was incredible. If there was any type of an intimate scene, even kissing or hugging, or a woman appearing in a little bit undergarments, that was all cut from movies, even Egyptian movies, even other Arab movies that had that. It was all cut. So the high level of censorship, the high level of sensitivity on what you say and don't say. There are things that are taboo to be said, that your status in the country will be in danger after saying this. It sounds like the United States today, I know, but but that in the United Arab Emirates context. And I think it still is in the United Arab Emirates. And that's why these Gulf countries, which had a tremendous success in building infrastructure of the country and advanced sciences, there is a limit to their advancement that they're going to hit. And I've discussed this openly with a representative of the Ministry of Information of Saudi Arabia in Paris. I've told them you need two things to really open up these limitations, the natural limitations you have on your progress. One is you have to develop a path for citizenship. You have to allow people who live there to feel home. And they will never feel home if there will always be with a visa that there has to be renewed every 6 months or every year. They will never feel home. They'll never want to build something for themselves there because they are under the threat of being deported any day at the whim of political will. And second, you have to have freedom of expression. Freedom of expression. I don't care if you offer me a salary right now in United Arab Emirates for 10 million a year. I won't accept it because I cannot stand living in a place where I cannot speak my mind and speak what my thoughts. That will definitely limit if you have to watch and walk on eggs every time you speak, that cannot be an environment where progress will take place. So it is, some call it civilization made of carton. It is not solid progress that's taking place in countries like United Arab Emirates and Qatar and Saudi Arabia, because it lacks some of the elements. Although we commend, and I said again that we have to be very pragmatic. Remember in the first hour I said pragmatism is very important at this stage. We commend so many of the progressive moves. We commend curtailing the Wahhabi movement. We commend the openness, the interfaith openness that's taking place, the focus on science, the separation to a certain extent between, like the acceptance of secularization of certain departments of government. So all these are a great progressive moves. But I wish that I can see one day in the Middle East, something taking place in similar to cities in Europe that it took place since 2 centuries.
I think you were talking about the Enlightenment. So it's many more centuries than that, but it depends on where in Europe. Yeah. I want to talk about your book, Universal Declaration of Human Values, and some ideas in there. Let me first say, I think everyone should read this. It's an awesome book. Before I even started reading it, I was like, I don't even like reading long books, by the way. So I already had like a barrier pushing me back from even reading it. And then I read the first, it's not a chapter, but the first section, like before the first chapter, preface or something. And I kind of still had that feeling. Then I read the next section, the introduction, I think. And I thought, oh, wow, this is going to be amazing. The conciseness, that's weird to mention that as the first thing. It's a very concise book. It's kind of thick, but actually it's like a third of Wissam's writing. And the rest is documents from the past that fit the form of, a universal declaration of human values. One of them being the United States Constitution. I think the Magna Carta is in here. That's the year 1100s. This is amazing. I was not expecting that you would put those in there. That's amazing. This is a very complete book. So I think everyone should read it. Go pick it up and read it. I want to say a few ideas about it and actually.
Yeah, just like you said, I just want to mention that my writing is just like 1/4 of it, and then the rest are references. Yeah. So I wanted to create a book that if I'm lost on an island and I was to pick one book, I'll pick this book.
Your own book.
All the important documents.
Yeah.
It's actually a collection of all
to restart civilization.
To restart civilization. But in the beginning, I've worked hard. This is a project that 2017, and you've interviewed me about it before. But to have can we gather all these points in the 20 concise points, and that's the effort there.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I have some of my notes here, and I thought to read from page 7 and 8.
Because we need that. We need a document. We don't need persons. We need something solid as documents to refer to and to stick to, and to not to be a holy or sacred in any way. It can always improve. It can always be renewed by humanity. But we need that, and we need to be strict about it. So right now, when an organization asks me to join it, I say, do you agree to these points? If you adopt these points, then I'm willing to work with you. But if you reject any of these points, our values does not match.
What if there was one thing they didn't agree with or didn't understand fully, but they agree with all the others?
Yeah, well, we understand that there is a difference in value in that. So, I make myself clear with these values. Now, if they work something outside this value, if it's like there is an animal rights, for example, section here. So if their work is on something else that has nothing to do with animal rights, they're not affecting animal rights negatively, they're not working against the value that is in the book, it's fine. I can work with them. But if they are doing something against one of these values, then I cannot work with them, and I have to.
Like if they started a group to kill all animals or something like that.
Yeah, unnecessary pain for animals or other things that are.
I was doing, yeah. Okay. On page 17, governance. Judges should be elected by the people. I never thought about this before. So, and I have a pretty good understanding of how the U.S. government works. Not compared to experts, obviously, but. So we have three branches of government. So we have the Constitution that sets up the government. It's a document, and it's actually in here. And it spells out three branches of government that are supposed to be, the setup is designed for the three branches to check each other so that no one branch has too much power or no one individual has too much power. Because they think they would use it is the point. We need a system that would prevent people from abusing power. And the judicial branch of that, the way the judges are put there, it's not by election by the people. Instead, it's by the current president decides it, basically, chooses someone. I think the Senate still has to approve, but basically the president is choosing that person. And from what I heard about why it was that way, why the design element was placed that way, was the founders didn't want judges to have to appeal to the populace because they thought, okay, that would make them political. I wonder if that was a lie to begin with or a confused thing, because after hearing what you said, yeah, I do think the people should elect the judges also, not just the president and not just our Congress people. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, well, the interpretation of that and the details of it can be determined, of course, country by country, era by era. But the point is to ensure separation between the various branches of government. Because I'll give you an example. My home country, Lebanon, there are three independent branches of government, but it's corrupt because the judicial system is appointed by the executive branch. So they have all the loyalty to the executive branch. So that, of course, facilitates all the corruption in the country. So how can you ensure separation between these three branches? First of all, not to make the legislative and the executive override the judicial, and second, to ensure that the judicial appointment is free from the politics of the legislative and the executive. So that can be, so they have to get their power directly from the people. So how is that done? That can, as you know, principles are very general, and then the implementation, for it to be effective, it has to give room for implementation in various countries, but we agree on it as a value. So then when it becomes law, that has to do a lot with the details of the circumstances. But that's the point. The point is that the judges, how can they totally be free? So in the United States, we see right now that the only thing that's protecting the Constitution is the judicial branch. The judicial branch, the judges that 2 days ago they said the activation of the National Guard by the president was unconstitutional. That is only a power for the governor. The governor told them to stand down by yesterday, 12 p.m. California time. The federal judge that said that holding Mahmoud Khalil and he's a green card holder just because he has expressed his anti-genocide sentiments in Columbia University, there is no reason to hold him. That was unconstitutional, ordered release. So the executive branch brought now another reason for holding him, that there's some questionable answers on his green card application. So so politicizing the immigration law to punish political opponents is basically suppressing the First Amendment, the freedom of expression, by using the laws of immigration. Imagine they're going to use the laws of immigration, and then they're going to use the IRS, and then what else? They're going to use public education. You're going to be suspended from school for voicing your opinion. So it's just a terrible thing that's happening, that is an attack on the Constitution, attack on the American values. And the reason that, and by the way, I had an interview on Al Jazeera before Trump was elected, and they asked me, "Are you worried about Trump being elected?" And I told them, the only reason I'm not worried is because we have an independent judicial branch, and they will always stop him whenever he crosses his lines. Now, the fear is the challenges he's having with not implementing the judicial orders, which he's getting too close to that. Like, for example, with Mahmoud Khalil, they did not release him yesterday according to court order, and they're playing these games. Now, they're playing games. They're not saying, "Oh, we're not going to obey," because then it's a constitutional crisis. But they're playing games. But also the federal courts will put an end to these games. But that is the safety. The safety now in America is the judicial branch independence.
And the way it is now in America, and I guess other countries, the executive branch, the president, is basically choosing those people. Trump put a few of them in as Supreme Court. So doesn't that mean they're going to be siding with him on some issues, partly because he picked them?
I agree with you. That's a fault. That's a shortcoming in the laws, that the president gets to appoint the Supreme Court justice, which is extremely politicized in the United States. As you know, it's used totally in a political way. I think it should change. So these values give us the roadmap on what corrections need to be made, unless we have a problem with the values. So if we agree on these values, and I've detailed here how these values came about, how they've evolved, what have been sacrificed for them to get here, the literature and thought and philosophy behind them. So they are to be protected, and they are the guiding star for us, not persons, not president this or president that, or party this and party that. It is the values.
I would like to do a podcast with you about democracy with another gentleman, Brian Charlebois. That's the guy I mentioned in that first hour. He's working on trying to improve democracy. So I'll email you later about that. Hopefully the three of us can make it a time to do that. Next point in your book, page 21, penal code. Shouldn't be vengeful, should be corrective only. That, I notice, is exactly what I say. I said earlier in this first hour, punishment is evil. And I clarified by saying we should still have jail, but it should only be for defense of society and for rehabilitation. So what can you say more about that?
It's really difficult today with everything that we see in the world. This Article 10 says about the penal code, says that no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel or inhumane or degrading. So it goes from higher to lower, even degrading treatment or punishment. Penal codes should take into consideration the international sensitivities and social feelings. For example, flagging or slashing, like using violence, corporal punishment, that is still valid in some areas in the world, especially some Islamic countries that pretend that this is an Islamic code. This is against the sensitivities. It might have been appropriate 3,000 years ago, but today it is against the sensitivities and social feelings of the world, and should not transgress on humanity, on the humanity of the penalized. I think very few countries follow that in their correctional facilities and their penal code.
How about Norway?
Norway is an exemplary country when it comes to that. Scandinavian countries are a model in progress in that path. I wouldn't say they are at the ultimate destination. They know that themselves. They're working on themselves, but they are definitely light years ahead of some areas in the world, and definitely they are ahead of the progressing, the developed world. And the United States, compared to all that, it's not. It shouldn't even be considered a developed country in comparison to all these progresses in civilization. And if anything, it is regressing year after year. Right now, it's a boom for the prison business.
We privatized prisons in the 1980s. Which president was that? I forget.
I don't know.
What's his name? I forget his name. From 80 to 88. Before Clinton. Anyway.
Bush.
No, before Bush. Reagan.
Reagan was before Bush, right? Or?
Yeah, Reagan's the one that did it.
Mm-hmm.
Privatized prisons. He knew what he was doing. Page 31, right to resist. Can you say a little bit about that? Why you thought?
Yeah, I think this is the most important of all. This is Article 20. It's the last article. Basically, Article 20 says that if any of the 19 articles, if you're deprived of any of the 19 articles, then you have the right to resist, and everyone who agrees on the 19 articles should stand with you in your resistance. Those who are denied the rights given to them by this declaration shall seek arbitration and peaceful ways to achieve them, and have the right as a last resort to rebel against tyranny and oppression manifested in the defiance of such rights. And everyone shall be in support of them till they achieve the rights granted to this in this declaration. Any society in which no provision is made for guaranteeing rights or for the separation of powers has no constitution and lives outside the civilized world. So I'm saying that a country that has no separation of powers is uncivilized. A country that does not guarantee human rights is an uncivilized country. We should not have a discussion about even human rights in it if it does not guarantee these rights for its people. And it also attacks passive people who love the Human Rights Declaration, and they love human rights, and they love peace, and they love tranquility, and they do, these passive people are very dangerous in our society. They do resorts, and they go peaceful together, and they shut themselves away from politics. They totally disengage. They say we have to shun this negativity away from us. You are part of the problem. There is no such thing as being peaceful just because you are closing your ears from the slaughter that's taking place to your neighbor. So this article attacks this passiveness. It says that if you believe in these 19 articles, now if someone does not have them and they fight, you have to fight with them.
Yes, I agree. And I think that's why we all got involved in this activism. On page 60, Robert's Rules of Order, parliamentary process. Help me and the audience understand what that is about, because I don't think you said any details about it in the book.
Yeah, that's probably the strangest article to many, because it is such a small detail that's not even in constitutions. It's usually in like a bystanding rules or in procedures, but I've put it as a value, and it's very because of my reading of how things are have progressed through civilizations, that there is a way, there is a standard way that we have agreed on. We have came as a humanity to agree on that it is the way to decide things democratically. So we've come up with this in so much details, and Robert Rules of Order is one of these very important resources, and a lot of the parliamentary procedures. And so it's not the only one. There's other parliamentary procedures written, but many of them depend or take from Robert's Rules of Order. It's kind of like the most authentic or the oldest document in that sense that details.
How old is it?
I'm not sure right now. I can't recall.
Is it English? Is it the British systems? Is it before the U.S. or?
It's not was not related directly to governance. It was just how to conduct a meeting.
I see.
And now it is used both in parliamentary procedures across the world.
So it was. I get it now. It wasn't invented in the context of this is for Parliament. It was just for how to do a meeting. How should an organization do a meeting?
Right.
And of course that applies to Parliament.
Yeah, eventually. So it is, and it's very readily available, and boards all over the world use it. But you see it as a shortcoming in many organizations that there is a lack of democracy, or there is a structure that unbalances the power within that structure, and it's always a deviation from Robert's Rules of Order. So as simple as Robert's Rules of Order are, they are essential for communities, from the smallest unit, from a family unit, all the way to the government and the parliament, to have that
or even a marriage, I'm guessing, between two people, right?
That would be interesting. Yes, of course, some of the values, basically the values of Robert's Rules of Order is to give an opportunity, an equal opportunity for everyone to voice their opinion before a decision is reached, and to hear them and to recognize their humanity and their opinion, not to overstep their privilege.
Yeah, and so you said just one thing about what it is, and I'd like to mention what a lot of people think voting is you present the vote, the question to be voted on, and then everybody votes. But there's the step that isn't being done, which is let's discuss what is the right answer, and then let's vote. That's kind of obvious, I think, but I think voting in general doesn't happen that way.
Right.
There has to be deliberation first.
Exactly, and that's part of Robert's Rules of Order. It's out of order if you vote without opening space for discussion. And then in discussion, everyone is given an equal opportunity.
By time? By equal by
time, and by platform, and unobstructed, to deliver their remarks. And they all address the chairman, so it's not personal. And then if that round finishes, you can go another round. Of course, I'm saying different parliaments will limit, will put some limitations, and then people will vote on the procedures. But then, and you can, if let's say that there's a discussion and you want to go to voting right away, that needs 2/3 vote to move the question to the table. So, 2/3 majority have to agree that, okay, it's enough discussing this to move it to the table. Otherwise, you have to keep discussing it until no one has anything more to say before we vote on it. So the person with the loudest voice does not get the room.
Right.
Everyone, the most shy, lowest voice will have the exact equal opportunity as the loudest, biggest personality in the room.
When or if we do that podcast with Brian Charlebois about democracy, I would like to talk a lot about Robert's Rules of Order, partly because we do live stream meetings and we want those meetings to be democratic. So it sounds like we should understand Robert's Rules of Orders just for those meetings.
Yeah, I'll tell you a statement that's a little bit, bold. Any meeting, and that's something that Robert agrees with. Like Robert says that himself. So, is any meeting that has 10 people or more that does not use procedural, does not use Robert rules of order or any kind of rules of order, it is inefficient.
Yeah,
it's inefficient. If you are in an organization and you have meetings with 10 or more people, and you have not heard of Robert's Rules of Order, then you've already wasted a lot of time and effort and energy.
Yeah,
you have to go back and use these procedures.
And I would say it's more than an issue of just efficiency. Efficiency sounds like losing time. It's worse than that. You're losing the good ideas.
Yeah, but it's also efficiency, Rami, because sometimes it's just so much. Like, for example, I'll give you an example in Robert's Rules of Order. If a motion is not seconded, then there's no discussion.
Okay.
So if you present a motion and there is not even one person who wants to hear a discussion about it, then this motion dies right away. We don't need to discuss it. You don't need to hear opinions about it. Why are you discussing? Is
there a concept of filibustering in the Robert's Rules of Order?
Yes, but so the limitation it gets complicated, and then every parliament has their own procedures that they vote on, and there's loopholes, and this is one of the loopholes. Yeah.
Okay, I want to learn a lot more about this.
It's a huge book. Let me warn you, Robert's Rules of Order is a huge book.
Oh,
but it's only a reference.
Yeah.
The summarized one is very small, and it's used heavily by any organization. But I learned it very late, and when I learned it late, I thought, oh my God, I would have made so much better meetings. We would have had a lot better outcomes if this was used.
I'll tell you, we've been winging it. I think in general we could do pretty good just by understanding some like scientific principles, but yeah, there's a whole bunch that we haven't figured out, and like you said, causing inefficiencies, and to add, you're losing some of the good ideas. They get buried because somebody's voice gets silenced without intention or whatever. Even we don't have much time left. I'd like to talk now, just to say one more time. Everyone, go read this book, Universal Declaration of Human Values. That's what we just talked about. You started an organization, Muslimish. Can you tell us what it is, why you started it, what's been going on lately?
Yeah, well, Muslimish was started by Ibrahim Abdullah in New York. He's the Muslimish, really the first person who invented the name, or he chose the name. And it was a meetup in New York, basically to create a space for free discussion among former Muslims and questioning Muslims. So basically, Muslims who are questioning their religion usually don't find it they don't find a safe environment or an accepting environment in a typical Islamic institution like in a mosque to discuss their questioning.
Or even among ex-Muslims.
Well, that's a different stage. But within their community, within their family, within the mosque, they usually don't find that space. There is a negative reaction towards a certain limit of questioning. Like, you can question the first time. If you question the second time, the third time, then it becomes it's more like a whispers from the devil. And you have to be careful of who you're hanging with. It becomes like a personal attack on the person, or the person becomes questioned who is questioning his faith. Or so Ibrahim, he's an ex-Muslim. He passed through a stage of being a questioning Muslim. He felt that there's a need for that space where someone comes and questions freely and meets other people who are questioning, and have that freedom. And if they want to leave the faith, they will have total freedom of leaving the faith without being ostracized or being attacked at a personal level or anything like that. It's great, and many progressive Muslims, they feel that Islam is this way, it should be this way. So it grew very fast. In 2013, we made it into an organization, and it has chapters in many different places. And it created a lot of friendships, a lot of beautiful environments, supportive environments. It helped a lot of people. It helped a lot of, especially women who were, suffering. And also it created a lot of conferences, a lot of thought exchange, a lot of debates. Beautiful. I still remember one of the conferences that took place in New York, and we were debating women's covering, and the variety in the speakers, from hijabi Muslim all the way to Muslimish members who were defending sluttiness. It's like a right for a woman to not even be modest. Why modesty? Why is it a good quality? Who said modesty is a good quality? So there was a spectrum of opinions that was so beautiful, the discussion in an open space between such a spectrum of speakers. So that's Muslimish in a nutshell.
Where they're not trying to kill each other, and they're not, hopefully also not yelling at each other, right? It's a peaceful conversation.
Yeah, and thank you for the Thomas Paine and for Benjamin Franklin and other free thinkers and children of the Enlightenment movement who have paid their dues to create such an opportunity for us.
I'll say more about that. How did they lay a little bit of the groundwork for this?
Well, they're the ones who have taken the Enlightenment values from Europe, and they've fought in America to create this independence and to create a country that is based on the values of freedom of expression and freedom of religion and freedom of thought. So we are enjoying the outcomes, the fruits of that effort, because nothing comes for free. It's just a reminder that they struggled, and there were many people who were killed and died in the fight for implementing freedom of expression and freedom from religion, both in Europe and in the United States.
And if I understand correctly, some of them had to also forfeit a portion of their wealth or their business practices in favor of these values that you're talking about.
Definitely, there were martyrs and resistance fighters, and today the United States is being pushed towards the religious extremist right. The 10 Commandments wants to be hung in the high schools in, I think, Alabama. Like the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, is day and night fighting all these new religious ideas that are attacking the separation between church and state and attacking the foundation of this country.
Wow, this was very good. What some recent things that you're doing in Muslimish, or that, let's say, how can I get involved?
Well, I mean, Muslimish is really about friends, creating friendships. So, you go to the site, you join the closest chapter to you, and you'll get together. 99% of our gatherings are social. Over here in Detroit, we have movie nights, we have documentary nights, we have painting nights, we have barbecues, we have potlucks, we have hiking. It's mostly social, and then every once in a while we'll have a talk, or we'll have some scientific presentation somewhere. Center for Inquiry, the Richard Dawkins Foundation, the American Humanists, a lot of organizations, they provide a lot of events that we can attend. We don't even need to organize such lectures. They are available. Also, universities, we're basically just promoting. One of the 4 goals of Muslimish is to promote science, and universities have a lot of open lectures by professors. So very simply, we pick one of those lectures and we make it a Muslimish event. We go there, we attend the lecture, then we go out and eat. Yeah.
Oh.
And if you don't have a chapter in your city, you can definitely create one. Get in touch with me, and
Really?
we'll help you do that.
I wonder if it makes sense in this little town. I guess it does. I guess it makes sense almost everywhere.
You'll be surprised.
Right.
By the people who attend. Yeah, people who look for you. It's really, listen, the most important thing is for us that if someone is looking for a group to support them, to find one. If they're looking for someone to hear them out, to tell them that we went through what you're going through and it will be okay, or sharing experiences with them, because I've seen it over and over with people I met through Muslimish, people who look for us online and they find us. It's really about a humanity, and I'll never shut down like Muslimish chapter here in Detroit because of those people that I've met, that they really needed. They really needed someone else that thinks like them, or that's open to their thoughts, that they can connect to at a human level.
You got me curious, interested. I got to think a lot more about that. I actually kind of worry if I did something like that. I don't know. That's inviting people to my little city, knowing where I am. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be worried about that.
No, I'm not gonna give you advice. You determine your own situation. And also, you're doing work with Uniting the Cults. That's you're creating good content. So, thank you for that.
Yeah, I do think I need to start getting involved in local events, which I've done, none of so far. It's all been internet, especially for something like Apostasy Day, August 22nd. That needs to be in-person type of stuff happening in every city all over the world. But anyway, yeah. Well, we got a couple minutes before I got to go to break for the next hour.
Yeah, well, today there are much larger challenges that we are living, unfortunately, and they overshadow other challenges, like the challenges for freedom of religion, freedom for apostasy. There are still about 13 countries that punish apostasy by death, and a larger number that punishes it by various types of punishments. And a lot of societies, religious societies, non-religious societies, just conservative societies all over the world that ostracizes and penalizes questioning religion, and we need to change our attitude. We don't have time to go into that right now, but the only thing that we should protect is the freedom of the mind for critical thinking and the movement towards searching for the truth. That's the only thing that you need to protect for your kids. If you think that you have responsibility of protecting your kids' thoughts, if you think that you want to protect society, the only thing that you need to protect is the freedom of the mind and the critical thinking, the freedom of critical thinking of the mind towards truth. Everything else is a delusion that people are scared often from. But today's challenging with humanity being questioned, truth being questioned. People have certain inclinations, even political inclinations, and they will judge the truth according to these inclinations. So there is, and with journalism losing it is journalistic values, with what we've seen from the various silence on genocide to the bad journalism in many cases, it has unfortunately made a lot of loss of public trust across the world, and that's a huge loss for us, because journalism was supposed to be the filter for the truth reaching us. And I used to say, when I used to get like things on WhatsApp from my family members, I tell them, please, if it's not from New York Times or Reuters or Associated Press or Haaretz or Le Monde or, considerable journalistic sources that, it will be a catastrophe for them to report something untrue, then don't send it to me. But now I can't say these things anymore. They are funny, because of the way some of these organizations have been reporting things in bias, political infiltration, and corporate money influencing some of these decision making. So we need the truth is being questioned, and also our political inclinations have made us lose sometimes part of our humanities. It should not be okay whatsoever, no matter what side you are on, for human life to be a sacrifice for anything. Nothing is worth it. Nothing is worth it. All the holy books and all the holy sites is not worth one finger of a child. You can let all the religions burn, but not let one needle go in a child's foot. What are these? These are just paper and just stones. It's really about humanity, and we have lost our humanity. The whole earth, if you gather the whole earth population, they will fit in Texas. And yet, what are we fighting over? A couple countries can feed the rest of the world. We should be at this stage of civilization. We should be talking about planetarianism. We should be talking about no countries, about one planet, and all of us with one citizenship. What are we doing fighting over borders that were created by 1920 fascists? That's my last event.
All right. Thank you, Wissam. And we have to go to break now.
All right. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. And again, read that book. Everyone, go buy this book. Hello, Apostate Aladdin. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How about you?
Good, good, good. I was watching one of your videos or whatever, and you say for people to call you Aladdin, not the full name every time, right?
Yeah, Aladdin's fine. I'm not very picky about it.
Mm.
Even Apostate is fine.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So how are you doing so far?
Doing well. Yeah. Busy weekend, but can't complain. So I'm wondering where you want to begin our talk. What topics of interest do you have today?
I actually would like to put up something on the screen that you posted to your YouTube. You asked your audience, but I don't want to just remember it. I want to put it on the screen.
Sure.
Christians only accuse me of hate when my critique is towards Christianity or some of its followers. They generally thought I was lovely when I only criticized Islam. Do you think I'm a hateful person, or is it just a cope? And then there's a reference. I didn't look at the reference. Very few people said that you hate Muslims. About that same number said you hate Christians. A little bit more said that you hate both. Almost everyone said you don't hate. And I was one of the people that said you don't hate. I found that interesting. One, that people are giving you this criticism. But the other reason I thought it's interesting is I think it's related to some of the other stuff I talk about and some big issues among ex-Muslims. I say punishment is evil. That's the same as saying, hate is wrong. What can you say about that? Like, why was this a thing you wanted to ask your audience about?
I think I was trying to get a feel for how the audience is thinking, because I have my perspective, and of course that's biased because it's my perspective. But I had seen an uptick in the amount of comments accusing me of being hateful towards Christians, which has never been a problem in the past. Like before when I was just talking about Islam, nobody had accused me of being a hateful person towards Christianity or Christians. Sorry. I've gotten a lot of accusations, of course, from Muslims in the past saying you're just one of those hateful people, you're all the same, and so on and so forth. But I tried to not give it much, attention. And then as soon as I started to talk a little bit more about Christianity or platform people who were ex-Christians, then I started to get the same kind of accusations that, some Muslims would levy towards me. And I think it's more just I suppose, an emotional attachment to the identity of being a Muslim or a Christian and so on. And a lot of the stories that they hear about what a disbeliever is or what a critic is cement that idea that nobody would criticize this religion or see that it is not true unless they have bad motivations or unless there's hate in their heart or something or another. There's so many allegories for that, or, ways of putting it in these religions. And then they see someone like me and they think it's an example of what the books say or what the preachers say. So I was curious that, to me, it just proves that, of course, I'm not perfect. I may say things that are, that my emotions have bled into and kind of biased what I'm saying from time to time. But I try to be impartial. And it was sort of proof for me that if I'm getting the same sort of accusations from both sides, it's more about them and not really about me. Have you gotten any similar sort of accusations from Muslims or Christians?
No, but I got something maybe similar to that, which was somebody had asked on my YouTube, why do you criticize Islam?
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird question. I just answered plainly, well, that's the one I know about. And it's not like if other religions do come up in what we talk about, I'm fine saying what I disagree with. I just don't have a lot to say because I don't know a lot about it. But I think it's a weird question to begin with, because it seems like it's coming from a place of what you're kind of saying. These people who think, or they start questioning, even wondering, why are you criticizing Islam? Does that mean you're only against Islam? You know, just an assumption there they're making, it seems like.
I think it's also a symptom of the like self-centeredness of each of these religions and their followers to some extent, which is a human trait, right? Like we like to think that everything that happens to us is unique or important or somehow more relevant than things that happen far away. So they believe the narratives that their religion is persecuted, especially, you know, or particularly more than other religions. And that must be because of some nefarious reason or another. So yeah, the fact that Christians think that their religion is very persecuted and Muslims think that their religion is very persecuted, I think feeds into that narrative that you're the persecution. You're playing into that role. But yeah, there's not much you could do about that except keep doing what you're doing and demonstrate to them why they're wrong.
Yeah, you're while you were talking, you reminded me of something basic. They're conflating legitimate criticism with insult, as if they are the same thing. And from what I understand, the way most people at least, when they use the term Islamophobia, I think they're doing the same thing. They're not seeing a difference between hate of people who claim to be Muslims and legitimate criticism of ideas that happen to be, you know, part of the Quran or Hadith or whatever.
Yeah. And there's also like sensationalized, sort of simplified criticism of religion where someone would just point to, you know, the verse 34, Surah An-Nisa, and say, see, this is proof that all Muslims think it's okay to beat their wives. And I've seen like Christian publications depict Muslim families as exclusively, you know, as an angry man who beats up his wife and his children, and then they find Christ and then their lives get better. You know, simplistic narratives like that don't actually tell the full story. And then it makes it seem like the criticism is false when someone comes across, you know, such a criticism and they have examples in their life of Muslims who don't behave that way. And they think, well, now I don't even know if I believe that this verse is correctly translated or that any of this, what you're saying, is true. So they discredit the, you know, good criticism, the valid criticism, with simplistic narratives. So that's why it's hard to even stand behind a term like Islamophobia when usually, you know, believers use it as a way to shield their religion from any criticism by accusing the person who's making that criticism of being hateful or fearful to a degree that is not justified or warranted. So I try to steer away from using that word one way or another altogether.
Yeah, that's interesting. There's a lot of that going on everywhere. It's not just Muslims and ex-Muslims.
Yeah, I don't think Christians have a word that's like Christianophobia, but they do think, some of them, I guess, do think in the US that there's a war on Christmas, for example, or that there's a war on the Bible, and that by refusing to have the 10 Commandments in classrooms, you're oppressing them somehow. So they shift the goalposts, I suppose, of what is secularism and what is justified separation. You know, what is their right to practice something versus their right to enforce it on others. So yeah, Christians do have a version of that. They just don't have a neat label like Christianophobia like Muslims do.
There's another term that I think is used the same way, anti-Semitism. I think a lot of people, when they use the term, they're saying it in response to someone that's trying to give legitimate criticism of, let's say, Israel's actions. And then they're trying to say that it's just hate of Jews. Yeah, it seems like the same kind of thing. I don't know if it's exactly the same.
Not exactly, but it's sometimes, yeah, that accusations of anti-Semitism, or I suppose some people like to attribute any criticism of Zionism as a movement or Israel as a country to hatred of Jews and just mix the two. And that what's complicated is often, not just sometimes, very often that can be the case. You know, people who are anti-Israel are also anti-Semitic. But I think that just discounting any criticism about Israel or Zionism as just anti-Semitic is not fair or accurate. You can doubt certain people's motivations to highlight that issue in particular and not other issues, but you can't use that to discredit their criticism altogether. Someone can be both, anti-Semitic and also have valid points in their criticism of Israel. But also, you don't have to just listen to the anti-Semites. There are people who aren't anti-Semitic and have the same criticisms. So in a sense, it is used the same way to accuse anybody with negative opinions of being hateful on some level, even if they admit to not being hateful. So it's, to me, there's a parallel there between, that and how in Islam, the concept of a disbeliever is almost like a knowing disbeliever, someone who knows the truth and denies that it is the truth. Even if that person, like me, tells them, I don't believe Islam is true, they say, well, you believe deep down and you're denying it. So when you attribute, someone's intentions, when you claim to know what someone is thinking and claim that anybody who says otherwise is lying, there's no chance to have a discussion in a productive way at all. Or, if you just accuse anybody who disagrees with you of being dishonest, then what's the point of the conversation to begin with? It's just an easy way to get yourself out of thinking or talking.
I only recently learned about that, and it was from you in one of your live streams. That being, is it the term kafir or is it a different term? I don't remember which term. Are we talking about the term kafir? Okay. Yeah. I thought kafir just meant somebody who left the religion. I didn't know it actually means somebody who's actually still a Muslim, but he's lying for whatever purpose. I don't know what purpose. I didn't know that. That was very interesting to learn about.
Well, I don't know if it still counts as still a Muslim, but in a sense and by the way, it's an umbrella term. So they can use kafir to mean someone who doesn't know very much about Islam, but doesn't believe it, or, follows a different religion that's non-Abrahamic. It's very versatile. But at the core, when they're talking about not the epistemological meaning, the etymology of the word kafir, it comes from kufr, like taghtiya, like covering up. So covering up the truth. And often the accusation is that person knows Islam is true, but denies it for one reason or another, corruption of the soul, the devil, to chase earthly desires, whatever it might be. So it's not that they're saying you're Muslim but lying. It's that that Islam is true, but you're somehow being intellectually dishonest to avoid admitting that.
It's really weird. Do you think there's even one person that fits that label ever?
See, I used to say no, there's not even one person on earth in all of history that would fit that label. And then the more that I think about it, I think that's an impossible bar to reach, because there could be a person out there who thinks all sorts of irrational, insane things. So by virtue of having one example doesn't mean that is a typical case or that is a category of people. The way that Islam deals with it, it's as if kuffar are like a large category that Allah dedicates a lot of time and attention and energy to in the Quran, to diss, to warn about, to threaten, all that kind of stuff. So if such a person does exist, there might be a few out there. They're in no way, large enough of a minority or a majority to warrant all that hateful rhetoric, in my opinion, in the Quran.
What do you think the motivation was to if Muhammad was the one who made the term, what do you think his motivation was to design the term that way instead of just saying somebody who doesn't believe in Islam anymore?
I can't speak about the motivations of Muhammad or the author of, or the authors of the Quran, because I can't say any of these things definitively, because it's, there's so much time separation between us and them. What I can speculate, though, is that it's a very useful concept, because if it's useful because it makes it seem as if the Islamic paradigm is fair. So if you didn't have that concept of a believing disbeliever, in a sense, or a person who knows the truth but is denying, then it would be very hard to think, of why all these kuffar deserve to go to hell. Because if it's just about not being convinced or being ignorant of the truth and so on, if it's actually, if you put into it the nuance that it deserves, which is that people arrive at their beliefs in many different ways, and it's never really about choosing a belief, but it's what you conclude is true, then Allah would have to be a lot more understanding about that and not take it so personally. But When you frame it as a conscious choice, an intentional choice to disbelieve, an intentional choice to disobey, then they're kind of a scapegoat. So it's a very convenient concept. So in a way, it's I don't know if I see a similar concept in Christianity. So if I were to ask, a Christian who believes that I would go to hell if I'm not saved by Jesus, what did I do to deserve that? They'd say, well, you gotta accept the message. You gotta accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. If you don't, that's on you. It doesn't have the same sort of
I think I'm getting it.
What's that?
I think I get it.
Yeah. It's not as effective as blaming you and claiming that you know that Jesus is the truth, but you're denying it or something like that.
Yeah. On the one hand, if kafir just meant somebody that left Islam, there's a default assigning of he did it for good reasons. And if you design it around, no, you know Islam is the truth, but you're going against it anyway for some other purpose, well, that other purpose sounds like evil. Like they're trying to say we're being evil by leaving Islam automatically. Like there's no possibility of we actually believe we're doing the right thing and we think that is wrong. There's no room left for that possibility.
Yeah. And to be clear, that doesn't mean that every single Muslim thinks of every single kafir or non-Muslim that way. But often, people who are intimately familiar with the religion or used to be part of the religion or the community are accused of that the most. Like, I don't think that Muslims generally look at a Christian or a Hindu and say they know Islam is the truth, but they deny it. Some do, but generally not everybody thinks that way. But if they were to look at someone like me, they say, well, you seem to know a lot about Islam, or you seem to practice it if they believe that I did. Therefore, you must be denying it. There's no way somebody would know so much and still not believe that it's the truth. So we get that accusation more than the general public, as kuffar in general.
That's interesting. It kind of reminds me of something. So I live in the U.S. There's a lot of Christians around me. One time I was talking with a Christian. I was an atheist by this time. And we were talking about something about morality. And when they found out that I believe morality is objective, they're like, oh, okay, you're one step away from being a Christian. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Well, in his conception, the only way you can have objective morality is if there's a God that says it or whatever. But then I don't know why he thinks that would go to Christianity. Couldn't that be a different religion too? I don't know. I don't know. And of course, that never happened. This was like 10 years ago, and I didn't become a Christian. So I don't know. The other thing, I think I just lost my idea. I wonder if now my brain is not able to do more than 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, you've been doing this live stream for a while. I'm not surprised. Yeah. I'm not surprised if you're losing your train of thought every now and then.
Yeah. I have a lot of notes here to remind us, but the thing I just had in my head is gone.
That's all right. It'll come back.
Yeah, maybe.
What you said about, why Christianity and not Islam, I have been encountering that question so often. Every time I come across one of these attempts at proving, either Islam or Christianity or some other, monotheistic idea of God, and they make it seem so self-evident and so logical and so like 1, 2, 3, 4. If you agree with me on this premise, then you also agree on that, and you also agree on that, and then eventually you're a Muslim, or eventually you're a Christian. But it's funny how like all of these steps are almost identical in all of these pitches. And and that's why I skip all of that first part when I'm having that discussion. It doesn't concern me so much. I start from the point of, let's assume there is a God. How do I know it's yours? Let's skip the whole, like, we need morality, we need a creator, and like, the kalam argument and all that stuff. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't get us any closer to your religion. It gets us closer to the concept of God.
Oh, that's an interesting method. I haven't thought about that. It's like saying, okay, suppose I'm a deist. Tell me why I should be a Muslim. You got to argue that, because what they do is the opposite. What I find a lot from Muslims is they will argue for why there should be a God, why it makes sense for there to be a God. Like I don't know, they'll say something like, they'll say a sentence like, something can't come from nothing. And then if I agree, if I was to agree that, okay, that means there's a God, they seem to be finished now. They don't seem to want to try to argue why there's this ginormous leap with 50,000 more claims about what that God is to take you to Islam. I never see them saying anything about that.
I mean, then it comes to the like weaker appeals to all sorts of things to make it seem like Islam is the only religion out here that claims all that, but also has these other characteristics which make it true. Like they'd say, well, the other religions, Christianity is not really monotheistic, it's polytheistic, and it's that whole discussion. And it can't be Christianity. Or that Islam is the only one with a preserved book and the other ones don't, so it can't be the other ones. Like, so they make up these criteria and characteristics, and they say that is what brings you to this one religion.
I see what you're saying. What they're doing is, okay, we have a menu of religions that you can pick from. And the menu is static. It cannot change. We cannot add new religions. At least today. That was a different story 2,000 years ago.
Right.
But today, you can't have any new religions.
That's
now,
a false prophet. That's obviously fake.
Go ahead.
Like if you add a new religion now, they'd say that's a false prophet, that's fake, that's a cult, that's not a religion, and so on.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So in this menu of religions, they start refuting all the other ones. Here's what's wrong with Christianity. Here's what's wrong with Buddhism or whatever. And then what's left is Islam. Although I don't notice them actually putting any effort in looking for flaws in that. It's like they're just saying that's the default. They're just looking at the other ones. Here's my beef with that. Well, first of all, there's infinite possibilities for worldviews. A religion is a type of worldview. It's a type of worldview that makes a claim about that there exists some gods or whatever. Actually, I'm not even sure. I think Buddhism doesn't claim gods and it counts as a religion. I don't know. But the point is, there are worldviews that don't have a God claim in there. And there's more than one. And the point to say that is a lot of times when Muslims are engaging atheists in particular, they see atheism as a worldview, as if it's one unit, and if you refute that one unit, it's gone. I don't think they realize there's infinite possible worldviews that have atheism as part of it. Yeah, so I don't know what to do with that. There's so many different angles, and depending on which angle they're sitting at, even if they maybe could figure out that little angle, they're not seeing the other 5 angles.
Yeah, I think also the idea of atheism as a religion or a particular belief that says a particular thing is a flawed one. Or when they don't even again, and I don't necessarily blame the theists for that. I think a lot of people misunderstand or have different ideas about what atheism means. Because some atheists say, I'm an atheist, as in I say there is no God, there never was a God, and and all things can be explained in other ways, and so on and so forth. And then there's atheism in the sense that I think, and that is my what I subscribe to here, is the idea that I don't make any claims about gods. I think the word God and the idea of a God is a man-made concept. There has never been an expression of a God or the definition of God that came from anybody but man or woman, or a person. We don't have an independent idea of God that exists outside of the human mind. So I don't make claims about what it is or how it is that the earth came to exist. If there's any intention behind that, if there's intention behind our existence as humans, if there's design, I don't make any of those claims at all. I just reject the claim that there is, and that a particular religion speaks for that entity. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying there is no God. I'm saying even if there is a God, I don't believe that it has spoken to us in any of these religions, especially if the religion also includes this urgency to believe, otherwise the God will torture you or something of that sort. That the message is universal, yet somehow it hasn't managed to reach everybody. So it's more likely to me that every religion is just a human idea, and I don't make any claims about God. So a Muslim or a Christian trying to argue with me to prove that a God is necessary doesn't get me anywhere closer to their religion, because I could just skip all that and I say, let's assume there's a God. How do I get to your religion? And that's when they fail. And that's the interesting part for me.
Yeah. And well, one of the things they're doing, and I don't want to lump them all together, I'm sure some of them do it right. They try to refute your atheism by whatever conception they have of what atheism is, which is different than what you see. As an example, they'll say something like, oh, you're an atheist, therefore you're a materialist, and they have a definition of what materialism is. And by the way, that's even vague. You could say there's 10 definitions of what that is. And now you're, let's say, arguing about materialism or whatever, and let's say you end up agreeing with him about that materialism, and then he thinks, all right, now you're a Muslim, right? Obviously. But you could say there's millions of questions whose answers would make up the worldview. And every person has a different worldview. I don't think there's two people that have the same worldview. I mean, even if you just strip down atheism to just a position about God, even that has many variations. You gave one just now. Mine is a little bit different. But the same thing applies to Muslims, or the way we became Muslims and the way we left Islam. The way we became Muslims, it's not really all the same. Everyone's kind of different. Yeah, maybe we were born to it from our parents, but our parents told us different things. And, we saw different things in our society. We went to different kinds of schools, and those schools were saying different things. I mean, Quran schools. And then the way we left Islam is also all very different. There isn't one way that everyone left Islam. There's so many variations. I keep finding new ones, by the way. It's interesting. The different reasonings we have for why we disagree with Islam. It actually goes back to what Maryam was talking about a lot of, where we get homogenized. A single human being gets lumped in with a whole group, and supposedly now we all think the same. It's really weird. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I think it's human nature to want to simplify things so we can understand them better. Like to think that everybody from that tribe is dangerous to me, or everybody from that family is our enemy now. And so it's kind of the same thing, don't trust the Americans because so and so. It's just ways to simplify, to have shortcuts so we don't have to think too hard and have to deal with every case by case, because we need shortcuts in life sometimes. So I understand.
That's kind of like you're saying the shortcut itself is the label or the word that we give to a concept.
In a sense, yeah. And simplified associations and assuming the characteristics are shared in that whole group and so on.
Yeah, but there isn't a one-to-one relationship between words and concepts.
Yeah. We have to assume to some extent that there is some link to simplify our lives, I think. Otherwise, we'd have to be like Jordan Peterson and define every word all the time.
Yeah. I'm against that. By the way, I'll clarify how I'm against it. Karl Popper explained, he's a philosopher. He explained, look, if you're going to start a discussion with arguing about a definition, then you're going all about it all wrong. You need to start a discussion by, here's the problem we have, how do we solve it? And in the middle of that, you may need to clarify a definition. So,
yeah.
I'm looking at my notes here.
Well, there's something that you said about how like we all left religion in different ways.
Yeah.
I have some thoughts on that, because some people think, that if you left Islam, you left it for the wrong reasons. And ironically, there's never a good reason to leave Islam to them, right? Like no reason you give is going to be good.
By the definition of kafir, I guess.
Yeah. And sometimes they would give like reasons that make the person seem very shallow-minded or very materialistic or whatever. Like they'd accuse someone.
I just want to get naked.
that, or you left Islam to sin, or you left Islam for your partner, your girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever. And I used to think when I first left Islam that the reasons I have for leaving were very thorough and very valid, and that people who have left, for that they don't exist. And then I came across people who said, you know what, I just never really felt it or believed it or resonated with it. And then someday I decided I don't want to be a hijabi anymore, and I just left the whole religion because I realized none of it makes sense. And I used to, in the beginning, I used to think, wait, that's not a good reason for leaving. But then later I realized that's a bad way of thinking about things. There is no bad reason for abandoning an idea that was never proven to begin with. You can leave just because it's Tuesday or whatever, like there's no bad reason. But some ways of leaving, or some journeys out of faith, might leave you vulnerable to another bad idea hijacking those weaknesses in the future. So I think still there's some work that you need to do. Like if you believed in a religion or an idea and then you abandoned it, that's not the end of the journey. You have to also, for your own benefit, try to understand what was it that made you vulnerable to the idea in the first place, how to make sure not to fall for something like that in the future, or not to be vulnerable to it. So there's no bad reason for leaving Islam. But some reasons, or some ways that people leave Islam, if they don't put in the work, if they don't take their time to understand more things, they might fall prey to another idea that has the same, I don't know, common strengths, I suppose. So that's some thoughts I had about that. I still don't think there's a bad reason for leaving Islam.
Let's do an example. You mentioned emotional connection. I'll say something about myself. I didn't even know of that as a concept, to have an emotional connection with God. I only found out about it after I was already an atheist, that people thought that way. Mm-hmm. But yeah, if I was the person who had an emotional connection or wanted an emotional connection with God, and then I didn't have it, yeah, that would be a good reason to leave. And now for me, that's not why I was a Muslim. I was a Muslim, at least the last stage of Islam. Let's be clear for everybody, at least for people born to it, right? We're technically born atheists, depending on the definition of atheism.
Well, according to Islam, we're all born Muslim, but let's ignore that.
Yeah. When did we become Muslim? Like when the soul was breathed into us? Is that what it is? The third trimester?
Or everybody is born with the fitrah, the innate beliefs and the innate ideas, I suppose, that would have led us to Islam anyway. And that's according to the stories why some of these prophets were monotheistic even before receiving a message, because they were contemplating and they had the fitrah in them. So yeah, the Islamic idea is that everybody is born a Muslim with the fitrah of a monotheistic person till the parents corrupt them with, the wrong religions, in a sense. But if we're looking at it from a real point of view here, detached from religions, yes, we're all born without any preconceived notions about religions and gods. So we might have some biases, I suppose, there was a study about how, like, we might be biologically disposed to believe in a higher power, maybe. I don't know if I can refute that, or if I don't know enough about that, but we don't have any bias towards any particular religions when we're born.
That's interesting. So I think my brain just did a reset. I had 3 ideas at the same time.
So you're saying we're born atheists, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. I think the first reason, you can think of it as phases. Our first phase, for the people born to it, our first phase, if anyone could ask us, why are you a Muslim? Why do you believe in Islam? Our answer would be, well, my daddy told me. And that is our answer for a lot of things when we're like 4 years old. And then, later it's not that anymore. Later you have your own reasoning, and maybe you got that reasoning from your dad or someone else, but at least you can repeat the reasoning and you don't say, my daddy told me. And then you might realize that reasoning doesn't make sense, and you still looking for reasoning to stay in Islam. So you find another one. My last reasoning for why I was a Muslim was, well, religion is to provide moral guidance. And then the reason I left Islam was I realized it does not provide good moral violence. Guidance. It actually makes your life worse. It tells you to do bad things. And my example was, well, and this is where there was a lot of confusion on my end, which is, I was born and raised in the U.S. I have two parents that are Muslims. One is Muslim now, the other one's not. But at the time, they were both Muslims. They come from a kind of liberal family. And where was I going with this? It's happening to me still. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I'm having too many ideas at once.
Yeah, you got to start writing them down.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of things written down, and I haven't for this one. Yeah, I should have been. What was it?
Well, what's the next topic? Maybe we'll remember this one. We'll get back to it.
Yeah. I wonder if this is worth talking about. I noticed there's a litmus test that people have now in the ex-Muslim community, if that is a community. And I think it's broader than just the ex-Muslim community. I've heard people say, tell me what your position is on Israel-Palestine, and then I will tell you, what kind of person you are. And they're using that one issue as a litmus test. I find that interesting, how it's playing out in the real world of the ex-Muslim community and everywhere else. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
I don't know how good it is as a litmus test, because it depends what are you testing. It could be an indication of what sort of media you're consuming, or how you align politically, I suppose. Maybe you're more likely to have certain alignments. I think there's more to it than most people realize. I don't know what to say about that. It's a lot. It's a complicated topic.
Yeah. Well, for one thing, you can't, say things that are just like one word or one small sentence. Not enough information comes across, and that's not enough to, get your result for the litmus test. Yeah.
Now, here's one thing I could say. Often bad conclusions, let's say, are not necessarily just a result of bad morals or the person having them, being a bad person. It could also be the biases and the incorrect information that they have that went in for the incorrect conclusions to come out. So sometimes we're quick to dismiss someone for having a bad opinion and thinking, well, that makes them a bad person. But if you were to go through the process of how they got there and how their life played out and what caused them to think that way, there's more to it than just that conclusion. So that's
Right.
not to defend a bad conclusion, but if you want to change that, you're better off trying to understand the steps that got them there than just debate the conclusion.
Yeah, for one thing, if you understand the steps that took them there, you can find a path for them to take steps to take them out of it.
Yeah.
And if you only hear the conclusion without the reasoning before it, I don't know how you would do that. Which, by the way, that reminds me of all the discussions that, not all of them, but some Muslims, when they're arguing with me about whatever, Islam or atheism, they're giving me criticisms about my ideas, supposedly, but I don't have any of those ideas. So they're not first asking me what my reasoning is and then trying to shoot down my reasoning. They're just assuming what my reasoning is based on some conclusions or litmus tests, and then providing an argument against this reasoning, which I don't even have. It's really weird.
I think it's kind of almost like figuring out some talking points or some key words that you hear in the other person's speech, and then based on that, you go off on a script that you're already trained to do, to follow. That, okay, if they say the word morality, then you say, well, there is objective morality and it's my religion and so on and so forth. They're not actually engaging with the idea as much as they have trained themselves or been trained by watching, someone's content and so on, to think that if somebody says this word or this conclusion in an argument, this is the way to dismantle that, or this is the way to defeat them. That I don't think that's really effective. That's maybe effective at doing a demonstration for an audience and maybe seeming like you won an argument. But if you actually want to engage with their ideas, you don't just go off of a script that you've memorized before or that you've heard many times before.
Yeah, that reminds me of a Muslim once asked, he wanted to engage with me in the discussion, and they said, all right, first, before anything started, they said, first, tell me what your religion is. And I'm like, why do I need to do that? I thought you were going to argue things. Go ahead and argue. Why I got to tell you stuff first? The reason was he has a few scripts. For an atheist, he has one script. For a Christian, he has another script. For a Buddhist, I have another. You know what I mean? That's what he's doing there. That's interesting.
Which, it's not just Muslims who are guilty of that. It's a lot of people are guilty of that way of simplistic arguing and thinking. And that is why I find debates tedious sometimes. But if I do find myself in a debate, that's not how I conduct myself. Like, even if I'm arguing with a Muslim on a live stream or something, I don't say, well, you're a Muslim, therefore you believe this and that, and explain to me this and that. And unless you do that, then you've lost the debate. Now, I want to know their position on every topic that we will discuss, instead of just going off on a script about how to debate a Muslim or, points to use against Islam or something.
Okay, that reminds me of what I wanted to say. Suppose somebody's litmus test was, are you a Muslim or an atheist? If you're a Muslim, I think this way about you. If you're an atheist, I think this way about you. I don't think that works because, first of all, there isn't one kind of Muslim. If they're going to assume, well, if you're Muslim, therefore you have these particular views. I was a Muslim. I didn't have those views. You know what I mean? There's as many Islams as there are Muslims that have ever lived. That's one way to look at it. Yeah. Maybe there's a little bit of doubling up. I don't know.
And there's a bit of value also. Like, that's not to say that Muslims are allowed to believe whatever they want with impunity without being questioned or criticized, because everyone has different beliefs. So sometimes there is some value in pointing out how some of their beliefs are not consistent with other parts of their belief system and how they're expected to believe other things. And like, maybe that'll get them to think critically about it. So sometimes there is value in pointing out the contradictions of their beliefs, but to just from the beginning go off on a script about how they should be believing this and they should be believing that, and then you start arguing against these things, it's not really productive for the conversation. So it also depends on what is the point of the conversation. What are you trying to achieve? Is the point to convince an audience that you have better talking points than the opposition? Or is the point to understand the opposition and try to change their mind? Or is it just to understand them and maybe try to change your mind? There's so many layers to it. How do you go about discussions? Like, what is your goal from a discussion with somebody who disagrees with you?
Yeah, well, I'll say what it isn't. The term debate, what people usually mean by that word is kind of like what happens in a court case with two lawyers, and each lawyer is on one side, and the lawyers never switch sides ever. They never argue the other side. I don't think that's what we should be doing. We should be trying to figure out what's true, and that means you gotta, as much as I'm arguing my side, I should be trying to argue the other guy's side, and the infinite other sides that are also possible that are not currently in the discussion. That's the only way you're going to find things and get past your bias and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Is that also related to steel manning in a way? So you try to present the opponent's position in the most accurate way or the best light possible so that you're engaging with that.
Yes, and more than that, even to then ask the other person, did I correctly, in your view, restate your view? Let them be the one that says, no, I don't think you understood my view. Although it's still possible that I understood their view, even though they disagreed that I did. But you still have to let them do that and push back and explain why. So steel manning, I do think we should be steel manning, being the opposite of straw manning. But I think there is also could be a way you could do that wrong. You could steel man too much and really ruin this discussion that way too. You know, you can go too far of trying to give them the benefit of the doubt of whatever their position is. I can't think of an example right now. If I think of one, I'll go ahead and try to say it. But can you think of an example now where steel manning might go wrong if you go too far?
Although it wasn't in a discussion with the person, but when there was that debate or that weird performance between Jordan Peterson and 20 atheists or something on
I didn't watch it,
Jubilee.
I know what it's about.
Yeah. There were a lot of noteworthy moments where, like, I think Jordan Peterson wasn't engaging in good faith. And I would say some version of steel manning would be some reviewers who would watch that video and then try to make Jordan Peterson's case on his behalf and try to express it in more words than he did and in clearer terms than he did, and to sort of assume what he meant to make it seem more coherent and then engage with that point. I think that would have been useful to do with Jordan Peterson present so that, you know, he can learn how to articulate his points better and he can confirm that that's actually what he meant. But when other people do it on their behalf, that's not necessarily steel manning as much as it's mutating it into a whole different talking point.
It's like giving excuses.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you steel man too far. Yeah. Now here's the thing. It's extremely hard to know whether you're steel manning too much or not enough. And every case is going to be different. There's no hard rule you can follow.
I think I don't necessarily see a concern in my case of steel manning too much with a person, because even if my steel manning, my reiteration of what they said is actually improving their argument, and as long as they agree to it, as long as they're actually internalizing that, I can help them improve their argument. I'm still not worried that they're getting me any closer to their conclusion, because if they do, then it must be a good conclusion. If they don't, no amount of steel manning will get me to that conclusion.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not too worried about that.
You remind me of something. On my Deconstructing Islam live stream recently, somebody was talking in the comments and at one point said that the reason we're not bringing him onto the call is because we're scared. It didn't even say what I'm scared of, but I know what he's saying that we're scared of. It's something like, I'm scared that he's going to look right to my audience, or I'm scared that I'm going to find out I'm wrong, or something like that. And here's the point. You just said it. We're not scared that we're going to find out we're wrong and then get on the right side of the truth. That sounds like an amazing thing, by the way. We see that as a very good thing. If I find out I'm wrong and then I change my mind to the right thing. So it's really weird to me that even people have that thought about us, that the reason we're not doing something because we're scared we're going to find out we're wrong.
I think it's also one of those shortcuts that people take to avoid thinking too hard about a topic, is assuming the other person's intentions or the weakness in their intellect and so on and so forth. So instead of assuming that everybody's operating with, you know, in good faith till proven otherwise, they assume that everybody's operating in bad faith, and it's hard to, you know, to prove otherwise. How do you prove to someone that you're not actually, you know, scared of that scenario, or that you're not being too stubborn, unreasonably stubborn, or something like that? So it's easier for them to believe the unfalsifiable narrative that you have bad intentions or bad methodology, and that's why you believe what you believe.
Yeah, I don't know how to deal with that. I mean, maybe that might be one of the scenarios where you just don't talk to that person and you can't do anything. I mean, it's a little bit similar to you can't have a fruitful discussion with somebody who doesn't even want to have the discussion with you.
Yeah.
You can't force
there are
them to
discussions that aren't worth having. You can't talk to everybody and have every discussion ever. Sometimes it's worth ending it and calling it a day and finding a different person to discuss with.
And that signal on its own actually might be something that somebody can learn from. What I mean is, how do I say this?
Can I attempt to say it for you?
Yeah,
Tell
go
me
ahead.
if I.
Go ahead.
Are you thinking something along the lines of how knowing when to end a conversation, is a skill, and not everybody has that skill?
Oh yeah, that's a huge skill, and I'm still always developing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the other side of it,
that skill. Yeah.
You don't have that skill.
Sometimes I've had conversations go on for way too long because I'm just so interested in how the person thinks. But everyone watching the live stream is like, please kick that person off. We need to get to the next person. But my curiosity gets the best of me.
Yeah. Man, I wonder, my brain is gone. I think next time I'm only doing a 3-hour meeting.
Probably for the best. Yeah.
I had a thought, and then the thing you said was exactly my thought, and it's still lost. Oh no, what happened? Oh,
just had to fix something.
Say that last sentence again, and I think that'll remind me. Could you mind doing that?
So, yeah, you were thinking about ending a conversation when it's not worth continuing anymore, and how that is a skill.
Yeah.
And there's something to be learned there.
Oh yeah. So the criticism I usually get is on the other side of it, which is, what do they say? Oh yeah. Ex-Muslims sometimes tell me something like, "Don't waste your time talking with this person about so-and-so topic." And they say there's no point, but they don't know what my goals are. They're kind of assuming what my goals are. I think what they're thinking is that my goal is to, convince them. Well, yeah, if that was my goal, then that makes sense. I shouldn't do that. So, but in general, my goal isn't even that. It's, for one thing, it's to learn more about how they think. So I wouldn't mind conversing with them even more on this topic that really isn't going to go anywhere, because my goal is to help, learn more about how they think. That means let them talk more. Yeah, I wonder how much that affects people. They don't have spelled out what their goals are for the discussion. I think you said this earlier. If you don't have a clear goal of what the purpose of the discussion is, it's going to go all over the place. And it's something that both people need to know what it is. And it doesn't have to be the exact same thing, obviously. It's not like we spent, it's not like we can spend a chunk of our discussion right before our real discussion just to discuss how we're going to discuss. We can't really do that.
Even when it's all over the place, I think sometimes there's some value to be learned from that, depending on, what that looks like exactly. But sometimes that in and of itself is information that you've just learned. We've just learned that this person, when discussing this particular topic, will jump all over the place and can't seem to keep a train of thought, or a train of argument. And that means something, that's information that's valuable to have. And I find that to be especially valuable when that person is usually regarded in other circles or in other contexts to be super intelligent and, presents their arguments very well and so on. But in the face of a discussion, they're all over the place. I think that is good information to have. So yeah, it depends on what the goal is of this, or not necessarily even the preconceived goal, but what the value is of this discussion, even after the fact.
Well, and you can have multiple goals for the same discussion, multiple layers. Yeah, and one of them might be, if you're doing a live stream, you want the audience to see what's happening. So the thing you just said of somebody going all over the place you're letting the audience see that. That's useful. Yeah.
And,
we don't have much
some
time
people,
left.
The goal is or the value is entertainment for their audience, and just to make a fool out of the opponent. So if that's the goal, there are ways of achieving that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so choose your goals and your outcome, or the I guess the what you hope is the outcome of the conversation wisely, and try to operate within that is my advice, I suppose, for anyone
And if you
out
want,
there.
write it down for yourself to help you stick to your goal. And then also be kind to yourself if you didn't achieve it, or screwed something up, or talked more than you wanted to, or didn't talk enough, or there's a whole bunch
I agree.
of things. I'd love to talk to you a lot more about these kind of things. We don't have any more time right now, though.
Yeah,
all
thank
right.
you for having me today, and good luck to you with the rest of the stream. I know it's been a long one already, but I believe in you. I know you can finish this.
All right. Yeah.
Finish
Thank
strong.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I need the support. All right. Thanks, Apostate Aladdin.
See you around.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Let's see. Hello. How you doing, Zara?
Hi. Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, good, good. We're still waiting for Aisha, right? Or
Yes.
yeah, we can wait a little bit for her. So what do you think of this so far? Were you able to see any of it, or you were busy?
I saw the start, but I've had a long day. So I've been up since like 7 a.m. And
I don't know what time it is for you.
It's 9 p.m.
Oh, that is long. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine feels like a long day already. I noticed my brain's not working like it did in the first 3 hours.
Well, we'll just have a chat wherever me and Aisha can take over.
I got to do a lot better about taking notes, because what happens is I have an idea and I forget it right away. In the first 3 hours, I wasn't.
But yeah, no, it's tiring. It's a long one as well, and they're different topics, so it can be tiring. But hopefully this one will be a bit more entertaining, casual.
Hi, Aisha.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good, good. I'm glad you can make it,
No worries.
both of you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. So we have with us Zara Kay and Aisha. Is it Khan or Khan?
Khan.
Khan. Okay. And you guys are here because, well, what I envisioned for what this is Faithless Hijabi, which is an organization Zara started. One of the things you do, a big thing you do now, is therapy for ex-Muslims, some of which is free to the ex-Muslims because of funding you get. And we wanted a therapist with us, and Zara isn't one, so that's why Aisha is here. And you have your own organization. What is the name of that one?
So After Faith.
After Faith. And you also do therapy for ex-Muslims.
Yeah,
maybe
so
different contexts, but
yeah,
right?
so I am a therapist. I run my own private practice. Yeah.
Oh, so it's just you then, rather than multiple.
Yes, yeah. So I don't work for an organization. I'm sort of self-employed, and I see ex-Muslims who are looking for therapy directly.
Yeah. So I guess my first question for both of you is why you, well, in Zara's case, why did you start your organization? And then maybe also why did you want to do the therapy aspect of it?
Yeah. So we started the charity, or the ideation of the charity, in around 2018. And I was in Australia at the time, where I think I was just very recently newly ex-Muslim as well, like maybe a year plus or something. I guess there's no exact date sometimes. And one of the key aspects, like, being Australian as well, was that there was no representation for women like myself in the public arena or like a registered organization. I mean, there are atheist and humanist organizations, but they weren't focused on Muslim voices or like people from Muslim backgrounds as well, even in the context of, being an atheist or a humanist. And there was this big gap and nobody wanted to talk about it. So I guess it was out of personal curiosity to basically, get more women's voices out there. Maybe a bit of self-healing as well, as I start reading these, I guess it was a storytelling platform. So as I start reading a lot of these stories and just thinking about how sheltered I've been from the world and how different women have it differently as well. So we started with like an advocacy group, and more storytelling geared towards women's experiences of leaving Islam, from different countries, especially anonymously because they're not safe to do so. And then I guess during COVID, around 2020, when online therapy was being a bit more popularized than before, and I think especially more accepted than it was before, that's when, I was figuring out, okay, well, are we able to take this model and provide support to people outside the UK where they don't know the therapist, they don't know who to connect with, but need support? And that's how we kind of started. Like, I was taking therapy and other ex-Muslims were taking therapy at a clinic And, I just started the collaboration with them to basically test out how can we work this out? Like what do we need in place to provide support to different people, especially in countries like Egypt, for instance. You can't actually go and tell people that, hey, you don't believe. And then also, how does funding work? Like, how can people from countries like Egypt support UK-based session rates and actually have a trusted professional to support them through their healing journey? So that was the logistics that kind of led to actually starting the mental health program. And then I came across Aisha's profile years later.
So, Aisha, how about you?
So I've been a trained therapist since around 2012. So I trained as a therapist sort of in the UK, so via the NHS, so the route back then. So working with generic depression, anxiety. And at the same time, I was going through my own ex-Muslim journey. So in sort of 2015, I sort of spoke to my family, let them know I'm not a Muslim anymore, and dealt with everything that came with that. And it was around sort of maybe 2 years later, and another ex-Muslim friend of mine actually said, why do you not offer therapy to other people? Because, at the time I had been looking for a therapist and I didn't come across anyone. Didn't find Zara's service at that time, probably would have been helpful. But yeah, sort of there was nothing around that time for me. So after I kind of felt ready to do that, because, I was in the middle of my own journey, and I think maybe we'll speak about that later as well, in terms of therapists who have their own stuff and working with people who have similar difficulties. But yeah, so I, in 2020, decided to start After Faith and offer the service. And I now work with sort of religious trauma more generally as well. So I do have some people who are actually still within religious communities, but a large percentage of my clients are ex-Muslims. So that's how I sort of came to start After Faith.
Let's see. It's a little bit hard for me to think of questions because I'm thinking of both of you, and you have different things going on, different histories.
Actually, I had a question for Aisha. I think
Yeah.
you just touched on it, like, going through the journey yourself and then also supporting people going through that journey. I was curious to understand a bit more of that process from like being secure with, your position to then support and not be affected by other people's trauma or the support that they need.
Yeah. So I think timing is really sort of important. So when my friend suggested it, I would have been a terrible therapist if I'd done it then, being completely honest, because I was really not in a good place myself with the whole journey. So it took years for me to sort of, from 5 years exactly from sort of speaking to my parents to starting the service. And even now, it's been 5 years of running After Faith. And I would say, now when I see my clients, what's really important is that I don't put my own experiences onto them. And I think that's something that goes for all therapists, regardless of what we work with, because yes, whilst I am an ex-Muslim, and I think that's a lot of the reasons why people come to me, right? Because they kind of like, oh, you've been through it and you'll get it. And I absolutely will get the general theme around it. But what's really important for me, and what I am always really conscious of not doing, is sort of, well, this happened to me, and that's what, that's going to happen to you, because everyone is different. We all have different parents and different families, communities, etc. So I think for me, it's experience. I've been a therapist for a long time, so I'm very conscious of not putting my own biases onto the person that I'm working with. And, I have supervision. So if things were to come up for me, I would access supervision, or I'd go back to therapy myself if I needed to. But I'm very conscious that when I'm with someone, my part is to help them in their journey.
I really like the idea of therapists also seeing a therapist as well, because you're not as alone in that journey, because there's, I'm sure, a lot like with your clients, but also in your personal life that kind of comes up.
Of course.
And then you're like, I need to just like have another person listen to me and make it about me at this point.
Yeah, I think that's important. And also, I don't know what it's like with your service, Zara, in terms of, I know you are sort of, it probably depends on funding, right? But sort of people might come to me for maybe 6 sessions, they'll finish, and then a year later they get in touch again because the journey's ongoing, right? You know, it's sort of leaving faith or religious trauma. It's not something you're like, okay, I'm done, and now this isn't ever going to be an issue for me again. You know, if only it was that easy. So I do see people come back sort of through the years, and I'm just wondering does your service sort of operate in a similar way, or is there limitations around that?
No, so personally for me, I have like you said, it's an ongoing journey. So I also have like therapy myself, like every year for like about like 2 months or
You get a discount?
whatnot. I don't do it through the same therapist, so I can't work. I mean, I wish I could, but I guess it feels a bit unfair because the therapists already give us discounted rates because these are people who are students and they can't afford it or live at home, and I earn. So it just feels a bit unfair to like take advantage of that.
And I was totally kidding.
No, I know that would be good. I know some people do come up to me, like not ex-Muslims, they're like, we get discounted sessions, and I'm like, would you sell your rates discounted as well if you're working? Like it's not fair. But one of the things that, and 2 topics with the discount, that's actually a good one. I'll highlight on it, not in a different way, but with Faithless Hijabi, we have very, very limited funding. Like right now, it's shut, right? Like it'll take months for us to then crowdfund. We don't have this continuous source of income, and that's also because we're such a small group of people trying to keep it running, and all the money goes into paying therapists at a very, very reduced rate. The therapists have been really, really kind to us, and I definitely don't want to take advantage of like not paying or asking for pro bono. So there's limited funding. We always encourage people, if you can pay, please do pay. And you know, they offer discount services or like discounted sessions if you are a student and you can pay. But if you can't pay, we will, depending on the funding, we'll always contact you when we have funding. And then some people need extended sessions. Sometimes the therapist will highlight, hey, I don't think this person's done yet after 12 sessions. And then it, again, depends on the funding. Like I can't promise like, yeah, we'll have funding in a month and then not have that. Or like having to put in my own money into it because we're already working so many hours just to keep the governance up. But even processes and any compliance that we need to do as a charity. So we do have some people who need extended sessions, some people who come back, and if their therapist is happy to take them back and they're able to fund their own sessions, then that's entirely up to them. And sometimes therapists are like, hey, I can't give it to you in low-cost sessions, so do you mind paying a bit more? And that is, I guess, at the discretion of the therapist if they feel like they can take that person on. But on the I guess discounted session, one of the organizations or the clinics that I've worked with is called Trauma Treatment International. And this was just a unique opportunity that kind of landed between like with Faithless Hijabi. It's basically an organization that only partners with other organizations supporting people at war. And one of the CEO's goal in that other organization was to support organization leaders who work with like high risk cases. Because while mental health is one of the main programs, I was previously involved in like emergency assistance and relocation and like getting people out of the country, and it was really stressful. It was like you would be awake and you're like, has the Saudi girl gotten out of her house? Has she gone to the airport? Has she flown? Has she stopped? Is she back home? Like there were so many like different factors, and that was really stressful for me. So that's where this other organization was not only helping like the high risk asylum seekers or people who have come out of war, but also, I guess, me in how I cope and process a lot of the people that I was helping, but also the intake. When we start referring people, just to get to know a bit more, because we need to do ID checks. We need to verify that, this person is who they are, even though the legal contract lies between the therapist and the person. We're still taking a risk here by referring both. And that means as a charity, we need to have the records clean, the records set, and really work through making sure that, are we collecting the right information? Do we have statistics enough to even prove that, we want to apply for a small fund or a grant? And it could be like £1,000 grant. And essentially that doesn't cover a lot of sessions or for a lot of people. And we're still like squeezing out. But we try collecting the data that we can, like within the bounds of like confidentiality and not digging deeper. But then I guess the therapists take over and they work with the person in identifying, can they support them or are they not the right fit? And sometimes it does happen where we're like, I don't think I can help this person. And then we check in with the person and then see if there's another therapist, or if we're like, hey, you're too high risk. You're not in a safe space. You've canceled multiple sessions. And I understand you have a lot going on, but we're also paying a therapist and there are other people like waiting. So we need to kind of end this relationship that we have. But if things change, let us know. So that's kind of like in a nutshell of like how we operate.
Can I add something about your organization? I learned about this in meeting with Zara, I don't know, a few months ago. The context was like, I would like to volunteer for that organization. And what I learned was some really interesting things. Usually when you hear about nonprofits and the funding they get, there's a percentage of that money that goes towards overhead. And sometimes it's a lot, making it completely useless, the whole organization. For you, all the funding you get, 0% of it goes to overhead, 100% of it goes to actually paying the therapists that do the work. And then
I want to say 99.5%. I keep a 5% buffer just for any documentation. Or if somebody's like, hey, I don't have internet to do therapy, can you help me get it? And we're like, we really don't support this, but I want you to get the help. So I can pay for a package. And sometimes it come out of pocket, but like that rarely happens. But sometimes it'll just be like $100 a year that we would spend on like our website and everything, just to make sure that us as activists are not continuously spending money on it, but also there's like some accountability with like our accounts that comes out from that 0.5%.
So everybody watching, if you have some money and you want to help, please donate to Faithless Hijabi. Go to faithlesshijabi.com or .org? .org. And there's a dedicated page for the donations aspect of it. And I'll have a link later in the description of this video. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that real quick. Did you guys have something else you were still talking about?
No, but I think that's an interesting aspect because that also instills a bit more confidence in people who are donating as well, who are like, okay, where am I donating to? And is it going to the people that I'm trying to support as well? Or are you spending most of this money on like, other things? Like I built my website from scratch. I couldn't, that was like, I'm not affording a website designer. I'm like, I'll learn how to do this. I'll do that. So that's also one of the reasons why maybe we're not applying for bigger grants or grants that we tried so much, spent hours and then get multiple rejections. I mean, I think also when we list Islam or like when we write ex-Muslims and apostasy, a lot of people don't know the impact of it. They just equate it to like other atheists. They don't realize the dangers, or also they're like, and I think I've heard this actually through somebody that was helping us as an organization apply, was like, we can't support ex-Muslims because then it looks like we're against Muslims. And that is in a country like Sweden. And I'm like, for people who are like mostly atheist and agnostic, for you to see it this way is one, like disappointing, but two, it just tells you how much harder it is.
Maybe what they meant was you would have to support all religions.
But they don't have, I guess they don't, like, I guess in Sweden, it isn't a huge group of ex-religious people. There are people, mostly from cults, but I think it was more around the moment we're writing ex-Muslim, like as a term, it's already hostile. I wonder if, Aisha, like when you talk about your work, you kind of get that, you know, people who've never been like ex-Muslims or Muslims, so you get that friction of like, why do you guys need support? Or like, what does that mean?
I think what I've noticed is other therapists and sort of professionals are really wary of speaking about these struggles because, you know, there's a lot of, rightly so, kind of talk about Islamophobia, especially in the UK within the NHS, right? This is like everywhere in the NHS about prejudice against Muslims. So when you then have a therapist who's like, actually, have you considered prejudice against ex-Muslims? And of course, we are even more a minority, and people are like, what's that? And I think people are so worried, as especially professionals, as being branded as being Islamophobic, that they're like, we don't want to talk about this, right? We don't want to talk about ex-Muslims and supporting that. And I think that makes it really difficult because a lot of, again, in the UK, the first port of call for a lot of people to access therapy is via these services, right? And people will come to me and say, you know, they just didn't have a clue what these problems were. And I also, it'd be interesting to kind of hear about any training your therapists get, because what I've noticed is that professionals here that I've came across, and I've even had to sort of provide supervision and be like, that's not helpful. They will be like, oh, well, have they considered going to speak to someone religious to try and help guide them back into religion? And I'm like, I think you're misunderstanding the issue, right? And again, this is because of the way that we're trained here is if a Muslim comes seeking therapy in the NHS and they're sort of struggling with, I don't know, maybe OCD is extreme because the religious element, it's like, then, yeah, maybe, you know, that person is actively saying, I am religious. So yes, let's bring their religion into it and help them through it. But what they therefore hear is when someone's like, oh, I'm not religious, is, oh, well, it's the same thing, you know, let's get you to speak to these religious figures in the community. And what happens? They drop out of therapy, right? They're like, well, this person really doesn't get it. So I think there's so much, a real lack of information amongst professionals. And I do think part of that is the fear of being branded as being anti-Muslim or Islamophobic, etc., which does make it, I think, really difficult for people to get the right support when they are ex-Muslims.
Yeah, I think when I first took therapy, as like somebody was kind of leaving religion or had left, and I had a lot of anxiety, not because of that, there were like other things, and this was an accumulation of it. My GP, this was in Australia, so my GP gave me referrals to like 3 people. He's like, this. And I read the first name, which is like, you know, like a Muslim name. And I was like, I think I'm going to go with this just because I'm still leaving. Like, I'm not sure, but I need that cultural connection. Worst mistake ever. I mean, not in a like horrible way, but it was just, when it was in Australia, it's super expensive. And then 2, it was Ramadan and I was in a session and I wasn't fasting, and I was talking about how, you know, I was overwhelmed by the information, like finding out like the negativity in Islam and talking to my therapist about it. And, you know, the discussion turned into communism and other toxic ideologies, or like other ideologies that could be bad, but it's not all bad. And I'm like, what? Or like, you know, I said something and he said, yeah, touch wood. And I was like, I don't think I can come here again, because I didn't notice it before because I thought he was a very open-minded, but obviously like Ramadan brings out different things, but also like I guess to a point that he tried separating himself, but at that point that was a clear, I can't work with you. And I just went like, yeah, I'm not going to be coming anymore. I didn't even want to give the feedback because I was really scared about like that confrontation. But yeah, no, it has happened like, in personal experience where you're like, sometimes there is a trust and people can hold it if they're able to like separate it. But a lot of us, and maybe rightfully so, are very scared to like, how open can we be? I guess with training and faithless hijabi, so the therapists we work with now came from the same clinic that I was at. So they do a lot of the vetting, etc., checking insurances and whatnot. And this was like 5 years ago. And then we had the select few, because I guess they have a big, like they have like 80 therapists. So we had the select few that did work with, like, that did want to continue working as, part of helping us as a charity. And there, at the time when we started, they had an ex-Muslim supervisor to talk about this issue because we were taking therapy there as ex-Muslims. It was like, I think they were just, I don't know if they were starting up, but they were starting a new initiative at the time. So there was like an ex-Muslim supervisor. So that was one. And then others had taken the faith to faithless training. And then every now and then, sometimes the therapist, would ask me, they're like, what does this mean to you? Like, what does this aspect of like guilt and shame and hell mean to you? So I can only explain it in my way, but like, usually if there is a new therapist, we would have like a yearly sync, or we would talk about, the type of clients we have. And, sometimes someone has never worked with ex-Muslim and they're like, I'm not sure I'm the right person for it. And it's always, I've always been encouraging, but we've had so good results with like, let's talk about like 2 therapists I have in mind. People have just loved their methods, like despite not having that cultural background. And I always explain it when we have people where like, we have like 1 or 2 ex-Muslim therapists, but they might not be available. This is the other person we have, or, there's an option. I think it's worked out really, really well for like, sometimes people are like, I don't want anybody from a Muslim background. I just want somebody to be completely outside of all of this and help me. And sometimes it's not even always religious trauma related. Sometimes it's boundaries with family. Sometimes it's clashes. Sometimes it's anxiety and depression that, kind of is covered, or like it starts with like leaving Islam, but like there's a lot more to it, and starting to uncover a lot of the different things with a therapist that doesn't necessarily share the same experiences, but is able to support them to identify, what is really happening and how to cope. So I think so far it's been really, really good. Maybe sometimes we'll have early on, people are like, I don't think this therapy style is for me. Do you have other suggestions? I think only once or twice somebody's like, after 10 sessions, not even early on, like, I need a change in therapist. And I'm like, well, you have 2 sessions left. Changing something now makes no sense because we can't pay more unless you want to pay the additional. And they're like, yep, it wasn't really beneficial. And I'm like, after 10 sessions, like I would expect like, early on where you're like, this isn't for me. And some people recognize that. Some people are not ready to take therapy. And then they're just like, I tried this, it was helpful, but I'm not ready right now, or maybe I don't need therapy right now. But for the most part, I feel like maybe just getting any support, because sometimes they're in emergency situations and we're like, well, we can't help you get out of your country. But if you have a safe space and you still want to talk about like, some of the things that bring you anxiety, we have this option if you're willing to commit to it and try this out. And it really helps. And some people didn't recognize how much they needed that.
Yeah, and I think you've made a really good point there, Zara, about how not everyone will always be ready for therapy, and especially when people are actually living in quite hostile environments where it would be unsafe for them to openly show who they are. Because, anxiety in those situations is actually completely natural, right? And, you know, I've had people kind of come to me and be like, oh, I don't want to feel anxious anymore. But when you kind of describe where you live, the environment, well, actually anxiety it's something that we have to keep us safe, right? Like if we are literally have an attacker about to attack us, anxiety will kick in and it'll help us get the hell out of there or fight off, etc. And the same applies in our living circumstances, that actually if we are around people who are abusive emotionally or physically, then yeah, that anxiety serves a purpose there. It's kind of stopping us from sharing things that could bring us harm. And that doesn't mean don't access therapy, but I think there's a discussion that I have with people about actually anxiety is a normal response here. By all means, we can come and talk through it and have that safe space for you to be able to share with someone what you're going through, and that in itself can be very helpful to some people. And I think that's why it's really important to, when people do come for therapy, to kind of ask them what they're hoping to get out of it and make sure that they are in the right place to actually work towards that as well.
Which from what I understand, that's part of how you guys are trained, right? Is to sort of start the whole thing with, what are your goals? You ask the patient, what are your goals for the therapy? I mean, not everything, but for the therapy. So that you can try to actually achieve those goals or help them achieve those goals.
I realized I was on
absolutely.
mute. I was aiding to your joke. I was like, yeah, ask about your life goals, career goals, fitness goals. I mean, sometimes those are overlapping, because then you're like, I can't have any life goals because I'm in this.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, and I think one of the things, about, the program being, available to everyone globally, and, people still taking it while they're in that situation, has been the transparency that I get from therapists. Not on like every session. It's more like if there's a problem, or if they're like, hey, I've been working with this person for 6 sessions and I don't see them improving. And I think we've tried and it just feels like they need to get out of this situation. So I've recommended, like, this is your local contacts. Maybe they'll never contact, their emergency center in like the Middle East, but they'll try putting together a plan and just giving me a heads up. So I'll do a check-in, but also really maintaining my boundaries here, because I'm not the therapist and I am basically just asking how they're doing. And that initially for me was really hard, like not the therapy part, but like is there anything I can do to help you to get out of the situation, and then taking it on myself. And that took and that took me therapy to go like, where are my boundaries? What am I doing? Is it my role to like make sure that this person is like completely safe, like, outside that situation? Or is it just my role to limit my effort to like, this is what I'm trying to do. This person can help you. And this is my role in like defining it into like, I'll be here if you have questions. I'm not your therapist. So usually when we do like intake calls, some people are like, I've been going through this, I've been going through that. And I'm like, I understand. I just want to highlight, I'm not your therapist. I'm happy to listen. But I also don't want you to open up about something that's painful, especially because I can't provide you the support when that, when that emotions start rising up as you're talking about it. But also protecting myself from like things that I'm not ready to hear, things that I am not equipped to handle as well. And really identifying the limitations of, what support I can provide, but also keeping in, I guess, even just embedding the idea that like, I'm only here to help facilitate this, but the real help is from people who are trained. And sometimes initially that was hard to like go like, but I want to help, but it's not my job. I'm not the right person. I could be doing more damage than actually like support.
Just a question, Zara. I'm just curious because I know you do the intake calls without obviously speaking about anyone in particular. I'm just wondering if you've picked up a theme of when it is that people seek support. Is it a specific obstacle or a time in their life, or does it just vary?
It varies, but for women, it's a lot about family. It's a lot about restrictions. It's a lot about the disappointment and burden they take upon themselves. And I guess there are some themes that I try to connect is, I guess, the misogyny really comes out in different ways. It really comes out for them in different ways. It could be from like, they're in university right now and they're like so stressed out because they've had this, they've had to like do so much more than their brothers. And that comes out in anxiety and stress, or or like abuse. And it could be like sexual abuse, assault by their family members and the brother. And then a lot of the times, I think for men, it has been just around anxiety. It's just like there's a fear of being caught and like being found, but not, I guess, not the treatment that they've been facing ever since they were young. I don't know if that makes sense. Like women carry a lot more of like that childhood. I mean, some men do, but women carry a lot more of like that systematic, I guess, oppression or discrimination. And then that comes out very differently. And for men, it's more like, I'm scared if my family find out. I don't know how to cope with this. Or sometimes it's relationship issues. Like, I don't know how to be in a relationship because I come from such a toxic family. But I mean, I guess most of it is like with fear, but I see the theme with women being a bit more than just the now. It's a lot about the past, but a lot to do with them being women. What about you?
Thank you. That's really interesting because I think it's a bit different for me. So, anxiety and fear, I think, are always present, right? But it's usually, in my experience, when people are in relationships and they're at that point where it's like, I want to take my relationship to the next stage. Like, I want to get married, or I want to have children, or we are having children, like I'm now pregnant. And it's like, now what do I do? So it's kind of almost at that point where I can't move forward with my life unless I take the step and tell my family. So it's almost kind of feels like a last resort that like, now I'll come to therapy and try and help me kind of get through this. And I think you're right about kind of for men and women it is different, because I think for men, being very general here, obviously not everyone, they do have slightly more freedom with the partner that they can choose. Whereas the women that I see, they've already kind of had talks and there's tighter restrictions, and maybe they don't live away from home, so actually they want to take the step of moving in with their partner, but that's the conversation that they need to have. But yeah, I think for me, I've noticed it's usually kind of they're really stuck about moving forward in their lives, and it's which way do you go, right? Do you kind of put your life on hold, or do you kind of do the really hard thing and speak to family?
Yeah, I mean, I just picked up on the themes as you asked me, and I was thinking about all the responses I've read and how women reacted, like, when we were talking. And it always really, like, from my non-professional opinion, it always really has to do with like the past holding them back a lot more. And, the abuse, or like, so just the misogyny they faced, or like, and it could be the smallest comment that somebody makes now that reminds them of like the past, or like the stress and anxiety before exams for a student, and then talking about nightmares and how that creates nightmares from them being at home in a religious environment, and not being able to study. And then that all, I do feedbacks and follow-ups if they're open to it, just to get like a testimonial, but also just to kind of understand, is this the right therapist for you? Just so I know more. And then sometimes it's more like, they do give me this update, like, I didn't even realize that this was part of what was holding me back. Or some of them were like, I couldn't even imagine having a different life than what I did like before the therapy. Like everything was just so shut off. And then, just having somebody validate that like it's completely normal to feel how I do, it's completely normal to make my own choices. But yeah, I think we have like 27% men, not a lot, but I think it's a good number, and it's been increasing now. But a lot of them, I think many of them are asylum seekers. So their approach to, normal is a bit, or like the general anxiety is a bit different, because they're like they're not resettled yet. They're maybe refugees, or, finding it hard to cope being out of danger as well. But yeah, so maybe I don't know enough, but I know with women, like there's a lot of like being held back.
If I was to make a claim about that, yeah, it's much harder for women than men, not just a bit, like you said. I think you were toning that down. But of course, there are some men that have it worse than some women. But on average, yeah, women have it way worse. I mean, even in the U.S., if you're born and raised in the U.S., but with like Muslim parents, even in a very liberal family, you're still going to have lots of misogyny. I imagine there's ones that are way better, but I'm kind of speaking of my own experience in this case. And I have a sister, and I've heard what she said about things. Yeah, she had it harder than us, the boys. It was 4 boys and a girl. She had it much harder. And of course, all of that I just said is a little sliver of what people deal with in the other countries, or in a very non-liberal, very authoritarian family. I can't imagine what people deal with. You just said a bunch of things. I've never experienced any of that stuff. Not saying I've never had anxiety, but not about any of those issues. Wow.
I think that's how I felt when I started Faithless Hijab, and I was hearing those stories as well. I felt very privileged to be. I mean, yes, I was in Australia, but my family was in Tanzania, which is very similar to the Middle East, except for like constitution, barring women from other things, but like the community, like very strict, very like even more religious than, peers outside from the same community, or like people from the same community who've gone outside have it a bit more strict as well. It was very community bound. And when I was in Australia, just listening to how the government supports these restrictions on women, and how, there were this strict, very strong opinions that their fathers or brothers had about when they should go out, who they should be friends with, even girls, or like homeschooling, or never going out alone, not being able to have friends outside the same religious group. It was very hard for me to absorb, like, this really happens. And then even sharing it with my brother or my sibling, and I'm like, guys, do you know, like, this is a story that came to me, and they're like, oh, it's just one bad family. And I'm like, no. This is coming from like different areas. I mean, sure, it's the few families, but like there is a common theme here. And that, I mean, yes, we're so lucky that, our parents weren't as religious. I mean, they were, but it was very relative to like, like the abuse part. So I did feel very, very privileged, even as a woman, to be able to like not face that. But that was just the additional, as you were talking about the liberal and the authoritarian families.
Do you guys want to get into? There's something we plan to discuss related to, therapy. What is a therapist? What's a good therapist? What's a bad therapist? Unethical therapy. And then recently, you guys emailed me and talked about how in the UK, the requirements for what gets counted as a therapist is I don't know what bad. I don't know what else to compare it to. I don't know what it's like in the US either. My guess is the whole world is at the level of the UK. I don't really know that.
In Sweden, it's a bit more strict. You need 7 years of study before you can practice. So you'd have to complete your bachelor's, you'd have to do supervised hours, and then you can only do your master's in psychology if you've completed a bachelor's in psychology, unlike other fields where you can do others. And then you still have additional hours to be supervised before you can practice. I think UK, maybe Aisha, you know a bit more.
Yeah. So I'm just curious, because I guess in the UK there's a real therapist who does all the things you've just said, but basically anyone can advertise themselves as a therapist. So basically it's perfectly legal for someone who's works in a completely different industry to be like, okay, I'm going to start a website tomorrow and say that I'm a therapist. So are there restrictions against that in Sweden? Would that be completely sort of illegal to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can call yourself a coach,
Yeah.
like a life coach, but not a therapist. You would have to have some form of licensing. In Australia as well, the people that have come from ex-religious background who wanted to work with us, they were they were coaches, but didn't have the certification that Australia would recognize. And I can't remember the body right now. Unfortunately, we were like, we can't pay for that, but if somebody needs those kind of services, that would have to be them reaching out to you.
Sure.
And then for the therapists that we do have come from the clinics who have been certified, vetted, and they're from different levels. So people who've done their masters and maybe more supervision work at level 7. I don't exactly understand the UK, but at bare minimum, it's level 4 that the therapists that we have, and they're more senior, and that's how we kept in touch with them ongoingly. And some of them have taken like specific trauma courses that lasted for like 10 to 12 months, I think, with the dissertation. So there are also referrals from other ex-Muslim therapists who went to those trauma courses and are supporting, other ex-Muslims, and then getting referrals from like, hey, I did a course with this person, and they might be interested in supporting the charity as well. And then I think from Faithless Hijabi's perspective, we just do our due diligence by asking, do you have the right insurance? Because then you're having the legal contract with the client. Yeah. We're just helping pay for the bill. Yeah. So whatever you invoice us has to be in your systems and our systems, and we have like the financial record of doing that. And then the other, I guess the Arabic clinic, same thing. They're from a clinic. And then they do specify if somebody is a trainee versus somebody that is qualified. So if somebody is in Lebanon, because the clinic is in Lebanon, but founded by like a UK-based therapist who's Lebanese. So if somebody is in Lebanon, they have a bit more flexibility with trainees. But if there was an Arabic speaker who was a very complicated case, I always specify, hey, just please make sure that there's a senior therapist that is assigned to this person, because I feel like this case is a bit more complicated or needs a bit more support. And that's something that we understand in the first intake call, just like, what is happening? Where are you? Like, just basic, but not getting too deep into like, I guess, their goals. We ask like, what are your general goals? Like, what are you hoping to achieve? And some people are like, get out of this country. And I'm like, that's not something we support. Just FYI. And sometimes they'll email the therapist and I'm like, I will email this person and clarify that this is not your job, not your role. You may be able to support them with like a letter saying that you've provided them therapy via this organization, but that's it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it sounds like, you're doing as much due diligence around that, which is great. And because that's one of my biggest sort of issues in the UK. Like I said, anyone can advertise themselves as a therapist, and that's completely legal. So it's kind of like how you've described coaching, but therapist here. And I think it makes it really hard is that there's lots of different routes to, so it's not like, oh, just check this qualification. There's lots of legitimate qualifications you can hold and still be a therapist. We do have sort of accrediting bodies, I guess the equivalent of maybe licensing in the USA, but again, it's not a legal requirement. So I am accredited, but I could still practice if I wasn't accredited. So it makes it really hard, I think, for people looking for a therapist in the UK to be like, is this a real therapist, or is this someone who's done like a 1 week Groupon course and they've got a certificate at the end of it to say that they're a therapist? And yeah, I think in the USA, I know you do have to be licensed in the state. So I did do sort of a coaching qualification as well, because I do have USA clients contact me as well because I work online. So I can offer USA coaching, but in the UK, I'm a therapist. So I think I think for anyone who is looking for a therapist, just kind of maybe do your own research. And, you know, I offer everyone a free 15-minute call to kind of find out a bit about me. And I think any decent therapist would probably be willing to speak to someone for that time to make sure that you're happy with their approach as well. But yeah, it sounds like you do all of that for the clients, which I think makes it a lot easier for people.
So I have a question for you guys, or asking you for advice, not for me, but for people watching who are considering getting therapy. What can you tell them? What advice can you give them that would help them judge whether the therapist they're getting is a good therapist, or more generally, whether they have a good fit with that therapist? You already mentioned something. You do a 15-minute call, but like, what can they do? How should they think about it?
Yeah, and I can go first. I mean, I think language is really important because while a lot of people speak English, if you're not very confident in it, and I've had this happen at Faithless Hijabi where somebody's like, you know, in Saudi, and I had the initial call, her English was not great, and she demanded an English therapist. I was very uncomfortable providing one, so I providing a contact for a therapist. So what we did was we asked the Arabic clinic who do speak English to go like, hey, this girl wants you to speak to her in English. And the reason behind it was I can't speak Arabic because my family understands, so I can use a dictionary and translate to English. And I'm like, that's not going to work with therapy. So I think language was one, and maybe I think specifying, like, if you're going through a clinic or if you're going through like the charity or people, like specifying your goals and a bit more on your preferences. Because I remember when I was taking therapy, I said no Muslim therapist or no religious therapist. And really, like, it's like with a doctor, like when you go to a gyno, I'm like, you know, if you don't want male gynecologist, you specify that. The more information you give, whether you're looking for it online or going via something, the easier it becomes for them to help support find a good therapist, or a therapist that might be good, or identify if they can't support you and that you shouldn't be wasting your time with this. And maybe like if you have experience with other therapists, if you know what you're looking for and what you're not looking for, specific, you know, approaches, like CBT doesn't work for me. And a lot of people have gone like, yeah, but like in this context, I'm like, no, I've tried it 3 different times. I know it doesn't work for me. Like, it's not something that I'm looking for. So whenever that's offered to me by, let's say, like in Sweden, you have like insurances that give you, like, when you're stressed, you get like this free therapy. I always go against CBT. But yeah, Aisha, what do you think?
Absolutely, I think everything you said is spot on. I am a CBT therapist, so I'll try not to be offended. I'm joking. It's definitely not for everything. It doesn't help everyone's problems. And I think when someone's in therapy, do you feel comfortable? Do you feel like you can share things? If you're kind of sat thinking, oh, they're judging me, or, you know, I'm sure we've all had this before. I've had it in therapy, I've had it in supervision, where I barely get a word in, and, you know, it's your therapy, right? So you should be given that space to share things, and you should feel like you can be open and you're not worried to hold things back. And yes, building trust might take a few appointments, but if you leave feeling like you were judged, or you couldn't be honest or transparent, or you're concerned about the therapist in any way, you know, that might be an indication that that's not a good fit. I think it's, you know, it's always helpful to, and a good therapist will ask you at the end of the session, you know, how did you find this? Was there anything that wasn't helpful? And that can be an opportunity for you to say, actually, this thing that you said made me uncomfortable. And again, if you don't feel able to say that, that's probably a sign that you don't trust that person, which is the most important thing. You know, there's a thing we say in, regardless of if we're trained in CBT or EMDR or ACT or whatever we're providing, the most important thing isn't the type of therapy, it's the therapeutic relationship. It's that you feel you can trust your therapist and you feel they understand you and they're validating what you say. So if you kind of come away feeling that's not there, then that's maybe an indication to kind of think about, you know, you don't have, like you said, Zara, you don't have to stay with someone just because you started with them, right?
And that kind of logic applies to all relationships, in my understanding.
Exactly.
So you might as well develop it with the therapist so that you can then do it correctly with everyone else.
I always say finding a therapist is like dating. You definitely want to find the right fit, and only because, you know, you don't find it on this therapist, or like you've had two different experiences, does not mean that you may never find that. Maybe you are looking for specific skill sets, specific practice, or like therapeutic practices. But, you know, my first experience with therapy could have held me back from never getting support. But then I was like, I'm going to try it. I tried group sessions.
What's the magic number?
I've had like 5 different, but I've moved around a lot. So then there's insurances, there's like, you know, obviously try getting stuff for where my work can cover it or insurance can cover it, but also then location and timing. So when I was in Australia, working with the UK therapist just meant that I would have to wake up really early, or they would have to work really late, or, you know, I could get it locally and, you know, the government would subsidize it. So it was a different, I think I've only had a few bad therapists, not even bad. It was like this one person. And then the second was like group therapy just made me feel very, very anxious because we were all placed in this. And that's usually the primary, maybe actually you have a different experience, but like when you go to NHS and you're like, I want therapy. They're like, we're going to put you in group therapy. And then COVID happened and I just gotten a job and I'm like, guys, I really need to eat. Like I haven't eaten all day and I wasn't allowed to eat. So I just stopped therapy because I was like, I'm sorry, I understand it makes the group uncomfortable, but like, I've just started working. Like this is my lunchtime and my work time and like therapy time. So like, I don't have more to give. So yeah, I think I've tried to. Yeah, it was hard. And then she was like, come in for a session because people felt like you left too abruptly. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in this uncomfortable situation to now explain how, I mean, I understand that I shouldn't be eating, but like, I'm sorry, like I have to prioritize one thing. And I think maybe group therapy isn't for me. But yeah, I think it was like trying and really finding out like, you know, what format is for me. And who is my person who I can, like Aisha said, like feel comfortable with and share with and get the right support.
And it's funny you likened it to different types of relationships because I think you can also outgrow therapists. So I've worked with as a therapist with clients where we've both kind of mutually agreed and I've said, look, I feel like I've helped you as much as I can at this point, and I've kind of suggested, but if it's a relationship problem, you know, I will actively say I think you actually need a couples therapist now. I can't provide that service. I think you need to go and find someone who does specialize in that area. So, you know, it's for some people, yes, it's one therapist you'll see for years, you'll have breaks, you'll come back to, but also, you know, I think part of being a good therapist is knowing your limitations, right? So at some point your therapist might say to you, look, this is no longer something I can help you with, but what I would recommend is someone who's trained in this type of therapy, or someone who can help you with this, and they can sort of aid you to look for someone. So yeah, it might be that, even if you have had a really great therapist and you've done lots of good work, you might start to think this isn't really helping anymore. That's okay.
It's kind of the same with physicians. You might have a main physician, you have a general practitioner, and when it gets out of his field, he or she sends you to an expert in that field. It makes sense that therapy would be the same.
I think my one maybe tip or personal experience on like finding a good therapist is I've never really found therapists provided by the government, like fully funded, to be good, because there's limitation of choices. Or like in Sweden, it's like 25-minute therapy, and I'm like, I don't know how to connect with you in 25 minutes. Or, there were these limitations and whatnot. It had to be like, me searching around and willing to pay out of pocket to basically get the therapist that I wanted. And for me personally, like, I love Swedish people, but we are very different cultures. Like it's very different. Like UK therapists, white therapists, no issues. It could be language, it could be yes, with me, like Swedish therapists did not work. We were just thinking on very different elements. Well, they were trying to be sympathetic. We just had to focus on different things. So we focused on like ADHD instead, on like, focus and coping mechanisms with like, getting distracted versus digging deeper into trauma. So I had to go back to like a UK-based therapist and like not funded, etc. And that's what kind of, made the difference, like the culture part for some people. And it works fine when the therapist isn't Muslim at all. But there's a certain different style in different countries as well. And from what I heard from one of the American therapists that I had who was working with us and is now in academic teaching, so he had to step away. He was struggling, like when we first chatted, he was struggling with helping his peers explain how to work with minorities or different minorities while he was not a Muslim, but he had worked in Iraq, etc. And he was like from an East Asian background. And he was just getting so much resistance from his peers on like, but you don't know their experience, so you can't really help them.
Well,
and the people I referred to him, they were happy. Everything was great. But I guess it was the American culture of like, but maybe they should go to people like them who look like them, or maybe you don't know enough experience, or maybe you're minimizing. There's a lot of political tantrums happening in that room from the feedback that he was telling me, and why he wanted to work, supporting ex-Muslims as well. Like, just kind of like, I guess, putting his experience like working in Iraq and Afghanistan in practice.
Yeah, and I think you're right, because I know a lot of people do have that, like people come to me, right, because they're like, you're ex-Muslim and you get it. But, I've also helped people over the years who've had like fertility problems. I've never had them myself, but, that's part of being a therapist is, I have empathy. I can understand how things must be for you. And, I'm willing to learn, like, tell me about your experience, which is no different to when I work with ex-Muslims, like, tell me your experience, right? That's what therapy is about. And I think, like you say, for people who might be watching this thinking, I have to see someone who gets it and who's been through it, I think that's not necessarily true. I think there's a lot of great therapists out there who, I saw like a white therapist who didn't have any sort of idea about, she didn't know much about Islam at all, but she kind of got the whole family dynamics, and I was able to explain, and I found that really, really helpful. So I think it's really important, sort of when looking for a therapist, that, like you say, especially in the UK, like you on the NHS, you have no choice. You kind of get what you're given, right? Like, this is your therapist, and there are bad therapists, but like with any job, there are bad people in all jobs, but there's some really great therapists in the NHS as well. And I think, again, it's about sort of giving them a chance, and maybe our bias as clients, right? Oh, they're not going to get it because they've not been through it. So we go in quite closed off. But actually, if we give people a chance, a lot of therapists probably will sort of be able to understand, and you'll be able to explain it to them. So yeah, I think it's definitely, you know, choices is the key thing here, but being willing to try different things as well.
I also think like be willing to spend money. Like don't treat therapy as like I need to be stingy, so I'm going to use an app. And I'm sure there are therapists on the app that are cheaper and better, but this is somebody's living wage. Like I know as a charity we get the discounts, but that is also because we're a charity and they're also doing their like I guess pro bono or like supporting us to the extent that they can. But this is somebody's job, and this is also your mental health, which could really impact everything else, like, you know, your career, like if you're having anxiety and stress and like you're taking that with you to work versus actually getting the support you need, you're just denying, like, you know, it's like your arm's hurting and we feel that physical pain and you're going to work and you're like, yeah, I'm just going to work with my right hand. It is very similar. So maybe I think just be willing to spend instead of, you know, kind of denying that, or like trying to find low cost or cheap, especially if you can afford it, of course. Like,
Yeah,
I'm a big advocate for like not just women, like people getting fair wages, but also like people having the mindset that like it's just therapy. Like maybe I don't need to spend more, or maybe like it's too expensive. It's not important for me right now, and I can delay it. But even if you don't have a lot of money, try setting like a few sessions in mind. Just go like, what can I get out of it? Maybe my money is wasted in nothing, or maybe I am understanding a bit more about myself. So when I have a bit more, I can start doing this again. It's like going to the gym as well. Like you need to work out, so you're going to spend on the gym. You need to eat, so you're going to spend on food. It is part of like, I guess, you being healthy and you investing in yourself. It's really like, I don't buy expensive dresses, but you know, there are people who will buy expensive dresses and then like spend like 10% of what you bought that dress for into therapy because you don't value it enough to see how important it can be. Not for everybody, but it can be very important. So like, be willing to invest in yourself.
And there are stigmas or cultural issues causing some of that thinking, right?
I think so, but
Downplaying the concept of therapy as valuable.
I'm actually seeing the current generation, like the younger generation, being more open to it. But at the same time, like the fact that we have like over 27% men from Muslim communities wanting therapy and being open to it, I think like it's going in a positive way. Maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
So I definitely think like, and you talking about this and you bringing up this topic, I don't know why my camera is moving, but like you talking about this and you bringing about this as a male is also like going against everything that we were raised with.
By the way, I'll be clear, I've had therapy and I loved it both times that I did it. It wasn't related to religion. It was very good, And I remember one of the times that I did it, and it was betterhelp.com, and they give you a form to fill out with a bunch of questions. One of them is, do you prefer somebody of a particular religion? What religion? Atheist or no preference? And I went with no preference. I don't know if that was right, but I went with no preference. And then I did the therapy. It was like 4 sessions, and I don't know what religion she was, if she was one, had one. But if I was to make a guess, I'd say atheist. I don't really know though. Could have been anything. My mother did some therapy with a therapist. It was through her insurance. There was no form to fill out. It was like selected for her, and she had a very bad experience. The person was trying to argue Christianity to her, to my mother, who, and the therapist knew that my mother is an ex-Muslim atheist. She's saying the solution is Christianity. I don't know. I don't think that's good.
It has happened. It has happened. She's not the only one. I've heard people who've gone like, yeah, I couldn't take therapy in Egypt because they'll just go like refer me to a sheikh or something. We had a Muslim therapist at Faithless Hijabi. It was somebody I personally knew and knew that, she had done her master's, etc. So we were in some ways raised very similarly and very liberal. And I always checked with the person, like, we're very small. We have this one therapist. Are you okay with her being Muslim or not? Just let me know. Have a first call with them. If it doesn't work out or if there are any issues, she will. And I told her in advance, like, there could be people who are like, I'm just not comfortable after like session X. For the most part, I think it went really well. And maybe in some ways she did become more critical of her own beliefs or very maybe open-minded. But yeah, we did have a Muslim therapist, and I was very clear about like, you cannot do this, and I've known her, so she knows me in the sense like she knows what I stand for. Like, I'm a very loud ex-Muslim, or was a very loud ex-Muslim in my community. Like, everybody from Tanzania to Kenya to Canada to UK know my name, like in the community. So it wasn't like people couldn't talk to me or like my profile. So her working with me put her at more risk than not working with me. And she was willing to take that risk. Yeah. So, she knew what she was getting into. Like, that was like bad for her reputation. Like, she was getting criticism. She was getting abuse because she was working with us. And she was very strong in like, my job as a therapist is to support people, no matter what their religion, no matter what they believe, whether I agree with them or not. And that was also like very, I guess, good for me in the sense of like finding that belief in like people can separate this, or people can have that, can work without being offended. Like in my day job, I work with Christian apps. I don't like it. I don't love it. I've had interesting stories from the clients, and I'm like, and sometimes they'll go like, "Are you religious?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "Is that a problem for you?" And they're like, "No." I'm like, "Okay, this is my job. I get paid. You get your subscribers." Yeah.
All right. So is there a final point you guys want to make? We're way over, by the way, but nothing was stopping us, so we kept going. You guys have anything else you want to say to the audience, to specifically people that are might be looking for therapy?
I don't know, Aisha, maybe you have some final words. I feel like I'm talked out. So
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully people are now aware of your services and my services, and they can kind of reach out if that's helpful to them. But also, I think, like just to touch what Zara has said, if you're someone who has been thinking about therapy and you've kind of been on the fence and it's within your means to access therapy, maybe take this almost as your sign of, okay, now actually reach out and be intentional about getting the help that you want, because you've got nothing to lose by trying. Even if you go to one session and you think that's not for me, you don't have to keep going, right? You've got nothing to lose, but absolutely it's an investment in yourself and it will help you. I don't think anyone's kind of ever come away from therapy and been like, that was a total waste of time. Even if you have a bad session, it's like, right, I don't want that therapist. Let me find a different one and get the help that you need. So yeah, I think hopefully people might be inspired to look for the help that they need after watching this.
I hope so, and that was part of the purpose of all this. Yes. Well, thank you for joining us, and thank you everyone else who's still here and watching. And hopefully we see you all again next year for the second anniversary of Uniting the Cults. And Aisha, I would like to ask you to come next time to talk specifically about your your, you know, because by the way, your face and your name and your organization, none of it was in any of my material because it was late that you got added. So maybe next year.
It's okay.
I did yell at him.
Yeah, she did. She did.
No, that's okay. Do you know what? My therapy was actually taken down. I've had a new one only go live like 2 days ago anyway. So you probably wouldn't have been able to find my website. So don't worry about it.
So it was a lucky happenstance. Yeah, a sign from the universe.
I guess
right.
you'll be posting this separately, maybe as well, just as its own segment. So
I will. Yeah, every one of the 5 things will be separate. Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, it was awesome. This whole thing was good, and now my butt is hurting, and I need to stop just from sitting. Yeah,
you and I both.
Yeah. All right. Well, bye everyone, and thanks for coming. See you next year.
Bye. Bye, Aisha.